That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taking to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is also National Purple Heart Day, and we're here to honor and celebrate the unyielding patriotism and grit and devotion to America's Purple Heart veterans is great emotion and great love. The Purple Heart dates back to August 7th, 1782. That's a long time, when General George Washington awarded a heart-shaped purple cloth to 3 soldiers for outstanding gallantry and service in battle. This afternoon, we're joined by dozens of Purple Heart recipients and their families, and just as General Washington did 243 years ago, today we give our everlasting thanks to you and your unbelievable families. We want to thank you very much for being here. It's my great honor.
And so this was a great day yesterday. Today's obviously August 8th, but yesterday, an important proclamation signed by our great president, Donald J. Trump. That proclamation making it so that on every Thursday, August the 7th, just as then General George Washington created the Purple Heart back in 1782, President Trump is proclaiming this. We will always, moving forward, have a National Purple Heart Day. What's the history of this incredible medal? I'll tell you my family history with my grandpa John. I'll tell you that in a moment. And he is in heaven now, but was awarded the Purple Heart. I'm very proud of his service. And in fact, was on Iwo Jima back in the day in World War II, serving our great nation as a great patriot. But listen, and this is Sean Parnell, as well as Pete Hegseth, our SecGen, as they were really telling us the history, the great history going back, nearly 250 years. But this was what the Purple Heart back on August 7th, 1782, what history shows us about this special day.
Today, we're proud to commemorate Purple Heart Day. Created in 1782.
And so many of you listening right now, I know your loved ones served, but for me, for my family personally, it was my grandpa, John Sexton Schuett. And so he did receive a Purple Heart, wounded in action. It was March 7th, 1945. He was 1st Battalion, 5th Division, U.S. Marine, wounded in action on Iwo Jima, and came home. He suffered in his life. He had shrapnel and was wounded. He would never talk about it, never acknowledge it. You would have to just say, Grandpa, tell us about, the U.S. He really didn't want to talk about it. And that's a common thing that I hear from so many people who don't want to really talk about their service. But he was, disabled. He was crippled by that his entire life, but would never talk about it, just would talk about those who did not come home and those he served with. And so it's just important from my family to yours to remember the patriots who have served. And in particular, I just love the patriotism of our great president, Donald J. Trump, as he honors these patriots still living among us who have earned this high honor of a National Purple Heart Day. Just a beautiful celebration, commemoration. Speaking of, our patriots, as we think about those Gold Star families. Coming up, we will hear from Charlie Strange, his son, Michael Strange. Obviously, we've talked a lot, to Charlie about his journey and his push and his promise from President Trump to make sure those congressional hearings do happen. So we'll get the update from him around the corner at 10:15. Moving forward, we will also, I want to make sure that you know this, you're going to see our behind the scenes photo shoot that we had, video shoot just this week. You're going to love this, Dan. These pups, I call them the twins, but these are brothers. Yeah, our Piazza Pets segment of the week, and we were outside. Luckily, it wasn't as hot.
These little guys. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to see how adorable they are. Stinking adorable. Is that Blue or Spot on your lap?
So I have Blue on my lap. Blue fell asleep at some point.
No, really?
I know all the scratch spots,
Are these doggies from the Texas floods by chance?
No.
Okay. Are they still
are
trying
not.
to get some of those, or have they had success? Or?
They still... Most of the Piazza Pets. So remember the first time we were out at the Piazza Mercedes out in Westchester.
Beautiful place.
All of the we'll get the update from Sarah, but because of you all and we're all animal lovers. Most of these pets have been adopted out.
Wow.
But for Blue and for his brother they're just sweet, so sweet.
Spot looks like the kind that just falls asleep, just slowly in your arms. Wow.
Yeah, they're very
adorable.
sweet. So you'll meet them. We'll do the video shoot. We also have this apology, thank goodness, to FLOTUS. I called for this. Many of you thought this was horrible from a big name Dem, who's just so negative energy and nasty. He's just become like a grumpy old man, really. It's just a sin. And so he used to be, celebrated as a strategist, and his wife is definitely the better half. But we do get the apology finally to our beautiful First Lady, and I'm grateful for that one. So I know we'll have that around the corner. So much happening today, and then just some great great interviews lined up. Thank you, Dan Borowski. Great job this week. So we'll take you to Pennsylvania. What's going on here and beyond as we think about Charlie Strange, Tracy Pinnacook, a former Philadelphia Eagle. What am I missing? There's so much today. It's like a Friday, but it's so busy.
A friend of the show, Stephen Moore, showed up at the White House. We'll hear from him at some point. Well, not in an interview, but we'll hear what he had to say next to Trump.
And this is not big surprise. This is not getting a lot of play, but I want you to hear because obviously he is the Trumponomics author that we've talked to so many times. So taking us through some of these economic numbers, because if you're watching, why are you watching legacy media? They just want to give you bad skewed numbers and news. So just take it for what it is, but the raw video, you're going to love it. These numbers.
Do you want it now?
Yeah, I want it now.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I called the president because I had some very good news from some new data that we've been able to put together that no one has ever seen before, and I'll just very quickly go through these. So I was telling the president that he did the right thing in calling for a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because this shows that over the last 2 years of the Biden administration, the BLS overestimated job creation by 1.5 million jobs. Mr. President, that's a gigantic error. And I don't know if she's. I'm not.
It might not have been an error. That's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Whether that you may well be right, but even if it wasn't purposefully, it's in.
So he's Trump. You see him on the right. He's standing there. The chart in the middle, and then Stephen Moore, American economist, author, conservative commentator, etc. But taking us through some of the economic numbers and talking about the job reports and the evidence they have and showing the warning signs, which had the numbers been stated correctly, perhaps, we don't know, but perhaps Jerome Powell and the Fed would have decided differently and already lowered these ridiculously high interest rates. So we have that going on. I believe all indications are that the Fed will lower the rates coming up in the September meeting. But then, the issue is, will they do it by a full point? What's going to happen there? So hopefully these rates come down. I'm still waiting for President Trump. Remember on the campaign trail, he said, let's say no taxes on the cash tips. Remember that? And they've done all of the promises. What about Trump's idea during the campaign trail that for a short time, they would let people pay off their high interest rates on the credit cards and just lower everything to a 10%. Remember that? So I wonder if they're still working on that to help people pay down the debt. So moving forward, that's one that I'm waiting for.
Here's that audio, Don.
And while working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on credit card interest rates. We're going to cap it at around 10%. We can't let them make 25 and 30%.
Which I would love that, right? We would all love that. And that right before the holiday season, if they could do that this fall, when you're starting to do your holiday shopping, etc., to give people a break, pay off those credit cards, so you can refill them with your holiday shopping, of course, because it's all about the shopping. We have, I know, you know me.
Terrible advice there, Don.
I know. My husband Larry's like, no, he liked the first part, and then no, but that's what happens psychologically. You're like, oh, I have all this room on my credit card. Shop, shop, shop. So, and Trump knows that too. All right, we are just stacked full. You got to hear it. And the apology to Melania. We have so much news that you're going to love. What's up with the gator in Bucks County? What? A Pennsylvania gator? Oh yeah, we got it all for you. Stay right there. This is the Dawn Show. 855-839-1210 at Dawn Stensland. Hit us up on YouTube. Make sure you give us the thumbs up and subscribe. Be right back.
If your home's old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors are in need of replacement, then go to the family name that's been trusted in the tri-state area for over 75 years. My good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida's expertly installed high-performance windows and doors will definitely increase the comfort level of your home while also helping you save on your monthly energy bills. But the savings don't stop there, because Guida will also help you save on the cost of your project by giving you 40% off all windows and doors during the month of August. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales are excluded. Offer expires at the end of August, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's talk about your health. You need to undergo complex dental surgery. I'm talking the whole 9 yards, implants, crowns, etc. Are you really going to trust just any pop-up dental chain, or do you want the best of the best? When it comes to complex dental surgery, for over 12 consecutive years, Dr. Mike Veneria Dental, has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. Dr. Mike treats other doctors. The experts call Dr. Mike the expert. You want a dentist who actually cares about your health, and with Dr. Mike, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health is his top priority, and that is why Dr. Mike is a dentist the entire Zioli family trusts. When it comes to your health, including your dental health, that's never the time to cut corners. You want the best and only the best. So make your appointment to see him today and get a free dental implant consultation. If you already had an estimate it for one. Get a second opinion. It's worth doing. 856-786-2020. BenariaDental.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Under Obama, all 30 guys died.
Did you want to say anything?
Under Obama is right. Under Obama. Please, on behalf of your son.
I would ask, Mr. President, my son was killed August 6, 2011 with 29 other men. It was the biggest loss of life in the Iraq and Afghan war. It was the biggest loss of life in a single day in the history of America. 22 of them men were Navy Special Warfare. Till to this day, we still haven't gotten any answers. I was wondering, I'm begging you, we would like a congressional hearing.
And so it was on that day, on the stage here in Pennsylvania, when President Trump, at a Trump Force 47 suburban rally there with Kristi Noem and many others, and many of you, in fact, and we carried this at the time. We've talked to our friend Charlie Strange many times. President Trump continues to promise Gold Star parents like Charlie Strange that, yes, that will happen. They will get answers. As I bring on live Mr. Charlie Strange, one of our beloved Gold Star dads, who we've really come to know and love, I just want to think about something else, and that is that 1 week from today, that's next week, August 15th, as we think about August 6th for you, Charlie Strange, we've begun to think about August 15th, 2021, you know, that disastrous withdrawal and the deadly situation that happened back on August 15th, 2021, when we saw 13 of our beloved U.S. service members killed during that Taliban takeover in the previous administration. And I just think that there's such a feeling as we think about Purple Heart Day yesterday, as we think about August 6th and the push for answers and transparency next week, looking for August 15th. You know, Charlie, it's important that we just really we surround you and all of our Gold Star parents and families with love and prayers and whatever we can do to support you. I know that these 2 weeks in particular, this is a tough time for you and so many of our Gold Star parents.
Yes, thank you, Dawn. Thank you for not forgetting.
Yeah.
You know that our children didn't die in vain, and people do care, especially your program. I was looking at your YouTube and people texting, and it shows that because a lot of parents think their kids died in vain or people don't care, and you know, that's what we do with our little foundation, and show them that people do care, especially Dawn Sensen Show and Rich and all you guys. And you know, I got the text yesterday about coming on, and right after that, I got a text from somebody in Washington, D.C. that was in the White House with President Trump in 2016. and he was going to dinner with some of the people that work for President Trump, and he said, I'm going to get this unjammed. He was there at Oaks, this gentleman, I don't want to say his name. So I'm waiting to hear back from him today. Oh, yeah, Dawn, thank you. A lot of people listen, a lot of people care, and a lot of people want the truth.
Yes.
You know, that my son and 30 men and Bart the Warrior dog that day, you know, something was definitely wrong. So we're still fighting for questions, and you know, I'm asking President Trump if they're listening today. Somebody down there listens to you, Dawn, because every time you call, I get a hit up, and I do, and maybe I'll send the text over to you. But you know, we just need a half hour to come in and show them, like the Taliban knew, some of the contractors knew. I mean, in our documentary, we got 2 CIA guys that were there, and it's not just me and my wife. We have, you know, 50 other Gold Star parents that have questions, and we have some pretty of Michael's friends that are pretty up there and out now and want to talk to, and they have some information that it was done by design to kill these guys.
And that's just it, you know. And you've you know, your book Relentless, A Gold Star Father's Pursuit of the Truth. We've talked a lot about this incredible documentary, the Michael Strange Foundation that you've created, that you're very active with, and I know all of us are supportive of you. And so for your son, for Michael, and for those of you just joining us, if you're new to the group, I know many of you feel like you know Charlie and Mary and your entire family, but you know, just to remind you, Michael was a 2004 graduate, North Catholic High School, and certainly the pride of your family. And really, our hearts are with you when we talk about, you know, I have a Michael too. So, you know, we think about our sons. I can't even imagine, even to this day, you know, the fact that you really can't fully grieve until you know the truth. And this is your son, your pride and joy, U.S. Navy cryptologic technician, there, petty officer, first class, U.S. Marine, serving with SEAL Team 6, and died that fateful day in 2011, August 6th. And then it was, you know, it was the fact that it was, you know, the same summer, if you will, after the situation, the same team that were involved with, you know, with Osama bin Laden, and that important mission. And now it just feels like there can't be a coincidence, Charlie, that the chopper carrying 30 Americans, including members that took out, you know, bin Laden, basically, it just seems to so many people that how could this happen?
93 days after the bin Laden raid, the biggest loss of life in a single day, 30 men, and 22 were Dev Group, and the other 8 men were the top of the Rangers and the Army. It's not a coincidence, you know. The Taliban were sitting there waiting. You know, we filmed in Afghanistan, and we talked to the Taliban, and I've talked to them, not there personally, but over the computer, and they knew. They knew, and how they say the black box washed away. There was a riverbed where the helicopter went down, and so some of the Rangers were in the riverbed, and they heard this gigantic thing of water coming. If you go on Google search, you go 4 miles up, there's a gigantic reservoir. I mean, that's where they get all their water for their plants and their poppy and everything else. Somebody opened the gates. The Taliban were waiting there at 3 o'clock in the morning for all this to happen. So they were hoping they would get more Rangers caught in the riverbed and kill some more of our soldiers. That's how well orchestrated this was. They knew. So, you know, too many unanswered questions. Nothing will bring our sons back, but this should never happen again, and somebody needs to be held accountable.
And I know because we do a lot of fundraising for Travis Manion Foundation, great other nonprofit. You have the, like I say, Michael Strange Foundation, but you've been honored by TMF through their Character Does Matter program. What is that about? I just think in so many ways, you are a patriot, not just your son, but your ability, despite your grief and your family's grief, you have really helped form this, and you're part of a greater community of supporting other Gold Star families, of supporting our military veterans, the homeless, dealing with the homelessness situation. Can you talk to that, and moving forward, how you cope with your grief? It seems it's by giving back.
Sure. No, nothing's more healing than getting out of yourself. Like people think they have problems and this and that. Go down to St. Christopher's and see them kids, and they ain't gonna live until they see Christmas. So for us, talking to the veterans with the suicide rate through the roof, and no, like Dawn, I just on LinkedIn 2 weeks ago got a guy. He has all 30 names tattooed. He was in, I can't say his name either, but he was in the C-130. He said, Mr. Strange, I've been living with this for almost 14 years. I wish I'd that because he got denied to open up fire 6 times because of the rules of engagement. So talking to him on the phone, I'm like, yo, kid, don't do nothing. Michael wants you to keep going on. Our Lord and Savior wants you to keep going on, helping others. And that's it, working through each other to help each other, to pick each other up. And we understand, we all lost a loved one. You don't have to explain yourself. And what's going on with the veterans and the suicide and the homeless should never be happening. President Trump's the only one. As soon as he steps in, he gives the military a raise, goes over to VA. I mean, he's amazing. He's amazing. You see him on the roof the other day.
Yes.
He's that's Philly in him. That's, I know he's New York, but but he's down to earth. And I can't thank everybody. Reaching out. We've had Gold Stars from coast to coast, over 400 Gold Stars, and on our workshops at the Michael Strange Foundation. Veterans come, and reach out and that they were there or they knew somebody and how they carry that survivor skill.
Yes.
So for my message is, what would Michael want you to do? Michael wouldn't want you walking around with your head down or thinking about, killing yourself. He'd want you to keep carrying on. You got family, kids, work, and help others. So, that's what we do through the foundation. We have a big event coming up in Ocean City. If you're not doing anything Sunday, Dawn, 6 o'clock, Ocean City Yacht Club. Or August 17th, come on over. They'll be giving out. They're having a white marlin tuna fishing tournament to raise money for the foundation. Cardinal Communications, Specialty Freights, but some great veterans there in Ocean City.
Yes.
Put this together. So we reach out to each other.
Yeah, it's so important, and I always just want to let people know. Yeah, I know August 10th through the 17th, doing all of this, but benefiting the Michael Strange Foundation for Gold Star families. That important tournament. I know you're on social media, so we'll definitely put it out there as well, so everybody knows about it and can donate, can support you, Gold Star families. And of course, support this quest for just truth and transparency and some answers that have been promised by President Trump. Charlie, just my love to you. Please text me if you find out anything today as far as getting a date or anything I can do for you. Just love you, and my heart is with you, and certainly all of us support you, and we want you to know that. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you so much. And I've been looking at my phone since yesterday when he went out to dinner since 6:30 this morning with coffee. I'm like, did he get through? So
hopefully we get some answers.
I'm sure he did.
Thank you, my friend.
He did, and I'm sure President Trump didn't forget about it.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, my dear. And we'll wait to hear. Bye. And you can go to the, by the way, the OCMTC website. It's ocmtc.com. If you want to know more about that Ocean City Marlin and Tuna Club, the OCMTC, that's the .com. That's the 48th annual Gold Star Offshore Open that Charlie had mentioned, benefiting the Charlie Strange Foundation for Gold Star Families. If you want to donate or know more about that, if you're in Ocean City, I know a lot of you are, lucky you. And we have another military veteran who is one of my favorite people. So let's get right to Tracy Pennicook, who's here, and talk about all things Pennsylvania. What's going on? Are you going to be working this weekend? Am I hearing about an extra session? What is going on? Hello.
So we are not. Good to chat with you again, Don. We are not coming in this weekend, but I believe the Senate is going to be coming in Tuesday and Wednesday.
Okay.
That's the rumor right now.
Yeah, a lot of rumors. I know, seriously, that's what, because I've seen all this, we have to confirm it because there are all these rumors going on with social media. Are they going to come in this weekend? And, so on and so forth. So we're getting the straight word from Senator Pennicook. So how are you? And give us the update since we last talked as far as what's going on. A lot swirling right now around. Well, I'll go here first. One of the top stories is surrounding Governor Josh Shapiro and these allegations of what he knew when he knew. I hope you don't mind me going here, but it's something that's really catching fire on social media. And that is a lot of people are just not letting this go with Governor Josh Shapiro, a past member of his administration who was accused of, sexual harassment. And when did he know? What did he know? Why did he allow this individual to continue with his administration amidst those accusations? Have you heard any of the latest? Because from what I'm seeing, he is being accused of kind of stonewalling this and not giving transparency to this.
Well, I think let's take a step back.
Okay.
And I think the question you kind of need to ask is, how long has Governor Shapiro and this individual, Mike Verb, how long have they been friends? They've been friends for a really long time. So I don't think that this sexual harassment allegation was the first. I don't think this was a surprise. And I think his lack of transparency indicates that he knew what kind of character he was dealing with. I don't think this was a surprise. I don't think the behavior was a surprise. But I think that gives a little bit more to the culture surrounding the governor. Boys will, he's made some disparaging comments about women in the Senate. He's made comments about our president pro tem, our first female pro tem in our state's history. He's been made disparaging comments to my fellow Senator Kristen Phillips-Hills. He didn't like her tone. He's dismissive. He's demeaning. And one of the things I think that is important is his lack of comment. To me, that silence is his consent. He approves of the behavior. He's above talking about it because he's dismissive. And I think that kind of, it puts a bad taste in my mouth when you think of our leader of our Commonwealth who is dismissive of 50% of our population. So it's alarming. And of course, the recent, comments by the Philly Trades boss about Stacey Garrity, and the governor was silent on that as well. And was he silent because he condoned it? Heck yeah, he did. Absolutely. He had his minions doing his bidding. He'd like nothing more than to have another race with, Doug Mastriano. And he's afraid of Stacey Garrity, and as he should be. She's a strong woman.
Yes,
she's a woman who has proven herself not only in an industry, but in business, in the military, in combat. If I was an average, person on the street, I'd go, ooh, she's someone to be reckoned with. And people really like her. And they like her because she's tough. She hits the tough issues. She makes tough decisions. She stands by them, but she's very transparent. She tells the people of Pennsylvania what's going on in the treasurer's office. She tells them what her reasoning is. She's a strong leader.
I agree. And we have talked to her a lot. Is she going to run against him? She got more. I think she's the only one who got more votes than Trump. We've talked about that with Stacey Garrity, also military veteran like you. But in this one, to be very fair, and you know me, Senator, I always want to be fair. So Governor Josh Shapiro himself is not accused of anything, right? This is just how he handled with his administration.
Correct.
With the situation with Mike Verep.
You're absolutely spot on. Governor Shapiro has not been accused of any wrongdoing, any inappropriate behavior. But the fact that he's stonewalling condones that behavior. A true leader would stand up and say, this is completely unacceptable. Let's have a full investigation. Let's be transparent. Let's get those emails out. Rather, they were deleted. So, I mean, there's things as a leader that you do. You take your punches and you go, whoops, I made a bad judgment call. And he should have done that. I mean, honestly, I'd have a lot more respect for him if he just said, you know what? I brought a friend on that I had served with in the House. I knew of his past bad behavior or inappropriate behavior or whatever, but I felt like, he could do the job and I made a mistake. That's what a true leader does.
Yeah.
He doesn't hide in silence. He doesn't hide behind no comment.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going on for 2 years? This has been going on since 2023.
2 years.
Is it? Yeah,
Yep,
almost 3.
2
Yeah.
years.
Wow. And by the way, the administration did settle with the accuser for nearly $300. It was $295,000. But what bothers me is that she was forced to sign a non-disclosure clause. But
Correct.
For full transparency, my contract and for sure my TV contracts over the years with Fox and CBS News, you always sign a non-disclosure. My only thing with all of this, haven't we learned our lessons with these so-called non-disclosures? If it involves somebody doing bad behavior like we're talking about with abusing somebody or that sort of thing, these non-disclosures should be illegal. I don't really understand. It's just this culture that we've created in workplaces and so on that I think we need to, at the end of the day, get rid of if it's something where somebody physically, you know what I'm saying? If it's they've
I totally agree with you. We need to have that transparency, and even more importantly, that's taxpayer dollars that we just paid out to a sexual harassment victim.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's nuts. And the fact that we can't get any answers, this is not transparent government. This is cover-up government. And it makes you wonder what else is going on that we're not hearing about, or other people that have signed non-disclosures or, whatever. Yeah. It's not good. It's not a good look. Not in today's day and time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and I would just say to anybody, it's even beyond politics. I mean, Governor Shapiro, you're a husband, you're a dad. You wouldn't want your daughter mistreated by, somebody like this. So just come out. Say, we're looking, we'll be transparent with it. This is never acceptable. And guess what? Sometimes people you work with, maybe you didn't realize they were such an ignoramus, or maybe they were in the past. They did bad things. They promised they wouldn't, but they did. So that's just it. I mean, just get it out there, say it's wrong, because at the end of the day, if you do that, you discourage that behavior in other workplaces.
You're absolutely right. And you kind of set the tone. And the fact that the tone is cover up, no comment, and pushing it aside, that is it's a bad look. It really is a bad look, especially in today's day and time after the Me Too movement and, women's rights. And it's just the whole thing. You're just kind of like, really?
Yeah.
In 2025, we still have to worry about sexual harassment in the workplace? Come on. We can do better. And we are better than that. It's kind of scuzzy. It's kind of gross.
And look, I know guys when they were cuter and younger and they were the new hire and they had a female boss, it goes all different ways. So yes, in general, it's with women and young women. But I will tell you this, I know guys who went through that. And then the worst thing is, they were really uncomfortable and awkward to go in the boss's office because it was a female boss. And then to make matters worse, they would get teased by all the other guys in the office. So
Yeah.
this stuff does
Yep.
happen. It just, in general, it's not, in truth, it's about power. It's who's in power. You know what I mean?
It is absolutely about power. And, that's unfortunate because a young girl starting out her career in government shouldn't have to deal with that in any way, shape, or form. And I don't think we do a good job in state government of mentoring younger girls on situations like, how do you handle this?
Yeah.
How do you deal with an inappropriate comment? In the military, we work really hard in teaching our younger soldiers how to deal with inappropriate comments and how to deal with, the normal. There's a difference between the normal, quote unquote, hazing, if you will, and welcome to the new unit, and the sexual harassment. There's a vast difference, and it's really important that women and men are armed with the right tools. Hey, that's inappropriate. I don't appreciate that. Stop.
Is that what you train? What you would train them to do in the military?
Absolutely. And I've worked with some men through my career that were wildly inappropriate with young soldiers, and I would tell my young soldiers, "You never go into his office alone. I will always go with you, no matter what. I don't care if he calls you, no matter what." And it got to the point where he was like, "I don't understand." I'm like, "Because you're a predator." And he didn't like the comment very much, but I was like, "You are a predator. You're preying on these young soldiers because they don't have the maturity and the experience level to deal with a guy like you. But they will learn. Unfortunately, they'll learn. They'll learn how to deal with people like you. But most people don't have that proclivity to be, crazily inappropriate.
Yeah.
And most of the time,
in the military, you mean?
Good-natured. In the military, most of the time it's good-natured ribbing and the normal new person to the unit. And I'll give you an example. When I was a brand new lieutenant, my first unit, aviation unit, we had to carry these cold weather kits. And I don't know why, it was just a requirement. And they're 60 pounds and they're heavy as crap. And because I was the lowest man on the totem pole, of course, I had to carry mine. I had to carry the pilot in command and the crew chief. So there's 3 and they're 60 pounds apiece. And of course, to be fun, they assigned us to the furthest helicopter away. And there I am struggling to get these stupid cold weather kits out. And it took me a couple times, and by the, we were late, and, of course, good ribbing all the way around. Well, the next day, I knew it was coming. No fool here. I figured it out. I showed up with a little red wagon, and I put those 3 cold weather kits on a little red wagon, and I went out to the helicopter, and they all kind of went, "Oh." Then all of a sudden, everybody had a little red wagon.
Oh, that's funny. That's hysterical.
And I was like, you know what? The first time I'll take it, but I'm going to figure this out. And it earned me some good points. They were like, "You took it. You took the ribbing well, but you solved the problem, and, good on you." And it did. I learned really quick that, hey, that happens with every unit, and it's good-natured ribbing. It's fine. And you have to be able to tell the difference.
Yeah.
But I think right now with the situation with the Shapiro administration, it would be great if he would come out and say, "Look, I made a mistake." I don't know why it's so difficult to say, because a real leader can say, "Look, I made a poor decision in hiring this gentleman." I think it would all die down. I really do.
Yeah,
I think
agree.
he would have a lot more respect. People would go, "Oh, okay, he's able to acknowledge that he made a mistake," but I don't think that's going to happen. So it's unfortunate.
It is. A few other headlines before we go. I know that you
Sure.
were that it was announced the appointment to the Governor's Council on Aging just this week, within the past, I'll say 36 hours, talking about a bill that you're pushing for that would legalize wine, beer, online orders. That's an interesting one. And then also, obviously, the big story is the budget, which you've said it looks like maybe the Pennsylvania will get it together on Monday. But just those headlines for you to go through.
So the wine delivery, I have to tell you, I did not know this, that you can get beer delivery with your groceries. So why not wine delivery? Who drinks wine? Women. Why can't women have wine delivery?
Dan, you like that one?
I love it.
I mean, think about it. So if you can get beer delivered with your groceries, okay, check for men. Why can't women get wine delivered?
Good for
It
you.
was brought to me, and I'm like, wait a minute. I love this idea. This is fabulous. Make my life easier so I don't have to go to the liquor store.
Oh, that's hysterical. I love it.
Yep.
That's a good one for the
And then-
ladies.
Of course, we women, we have got a lot on our plate, and sometimes you just need to have your wine delivered to the door. And the budget, listen, the budget is math. It is basic math. The governor, God love him, starts out at $51.5 billion, $3.5 billion more than last year, which is more than the rate of inflation. And he pays 10 to 15% of that budget with revenue that is not recognized, skill games and marijuana. So when you do the math, you go, well, that's not going to work because we're not recognizing that revenue. Those bills aren't even going anywhere. So then you look at Medicaid. Oh, yeah, by the way, we spent $2 billion with a B over our budget in Medicaid. And $1 billion of that was on Ozempic. I want Ozempic. I need Ozempic. My insurance doesn't pay for Ozempic. So it's a math problem, and we've got to drill down and say, look, we've got to do things better. We've got to be more efficient. There's a lot of Democrats that are screaming about our SNAP benefits and how they're going to be cut with all these administrative costs from the federal government. Yeah, because our error rate is over 10%. If we get our error rate below what the feds have established, then we don't have to pay that money. That's an easy fix. That's a no-cost fix. Fix our problems in the SNAP program. Same with Medicaid. For those individuals that truly need Medicaid, they're going to get that aid. Absolutely. But for the 300,000 individuals that are between the ages of 18 and 64 that are not caring for a dependent child or for an aging adult and are not disabled, they've got to get a job.
Yeah.
It's real simple math. The average taxpayer in Pennsylvania should not be paying for someone who's able to work but who chooses not to work. Yeah. That's not right. That's not fair. And the people that truly need Medicaid are going to get Medicaid. Absolutely. Because that Medicaid program is for the most vulnerable. It's a safety net. We want to make sure that they're getting what they need. But if you're able to work and are choosing not to work, that's not right.
Yeah. Amen. State Senator Tracy Pennicook with that wine delivery at the door. Tracy Pennicook for president. You know what I mean? This could take you a long way. Listen, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right. Take care, Dawn.
Take care. Have a great weekend.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. State Senator Tracy Pennicook. Make sure you follow her, support her. Great military veteran. And you hear it, just a common sense, smart lady who has served our nation, a great patriot, and really always enjoy the conversation. All right, I know I'm way over.
We do have to hear from our great friends at Piazza Auto Group who are bringing us the Pet of the Week.
Yes.
Or Pet of the Month today.
Piazza Pet of the Month. They're such cuties. But the summer Piazza Mazda, you more to move, more style, more thrills, more savings. For a limited time, you get 1.9% financing, 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50, CX-50 Hybrid, CX-70, or CX-90. So that's just 1.9% financing plus, yes, there's more, available low lease offers and more. Don't wait. Discover how Mazda has more to move you. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester on Route 202 or Piazza Mazda of Reading on Pottsville Pike. Online, piazzamazda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
The markets are once again near record highs, but only after a steep 20% drop in April. So many investors are afraid of missing out on market growth that they forget the cardinal rule of investing: buy low and sell high.
Carl Beckers.
Marilyn Beckers, Malvern, Pennsylvania. Now that the market is high, it is the perfect time to get into crash-proof retirement.
Being with Crash-Proof Retirement this year allowed us to earn 13% and as high as 20% returns on our investments.
A gain on Wall Street is only on paper. With Crash-Proof, your interest is credited to the account, it becomes part of your principal, and it never goes backward.
There is a proven path to market-like returns without any of the risk. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Summer is here, and the good times are calling. It's the perfect moment to swing by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $2 off your summer favorites, like El Jimador Silver Tequila, Herradura Blanco Tequila, and Herradura Reposado Tequila. Perfect for backyard get-togethers or beach days. And while you're there, don't forget to grab a 4-pack of Jack & Coke or Jack & Coke Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Chill, sip, and celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
On this beautiful Friday, 77 degrees, clear skies. Make sure you check out the full moon this weekend as we go for a high of 84 degrees. President Trump set to speak. We're watching everything that's happening on Capitol Hill. Just ahead, I'll be interviewing a former Philadelphia Eagle. What is his new career? You want to hear this as he wants to protect and serve in our region. It's going to be a great interview. You got to hear it. So much developing. Stay right there. The At Dawn Stensland Show continues right after this.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's here. Rescue Natural Supplements' biggest thank you for the entire year. Their customer appreciation sale is on, and it's about delivering the best deals and quality products for you. Right now, stock up and save a whopping 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more Rescue single bottles, plus your order will ship for free. Just use the code VIP50 at checkout, whether it's omega-3s, cholesterol support, joint health. It's all there. It's your chance to feel your best for less. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-LIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, well, now's the best time to give them a try. Digestion, sleep, energy, it's all covered. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. Use that code VIP50 at res-q.com.
Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text SPEND to 323232. That's SPEND to 323232. Text SPEND to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the Power of One with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We've been talking today about so many prayers, so many people reaching out and saying how thankful they are that those 2 Pennsylvania state troopers who were injured in a domestic type shooting, an ambush, if you will, in a rural part of Pennsylvania, caught up in that, because when you answer a 911 call, sometimes those domestic situations, and this one apparently was a neighbor dispute that led to an ambush shooting of these 2 Pennsylvania state troopers. Many prayers for them. That happened in a rural part of Pennsylvania, but it really, brings us forth to just thanking those of you who protect and serve, and especially because we have so many police departments here in the city of Philadelphia, where I'm broadcasting from, where I know that so many recruitment efforts are out to say, please think about becoming a law enforcement officer. What a great career to protect and serve the community where you live. And that brings us to the story of a former NFL player, in fact, former Philadelphia Eagle, Brandon Hughes, who played cornerback, if you recall, the Philadelphia Eagles between 2010 and 2013, sworn into a local police department, Falls Township. And so glad to have you here. Brandon Hughes here taking on this new role of protecting and serving. Thanks for being with me here on my show. Thank you so much, Brandon.
I appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. Well, really enjoyed seeing that swearing in ceremony. A proud moment for you and your family. Your wife and kids look so proud of you. So first of all, congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And so what drew you to, obviously the height of, this is a dream, right, of so many people that you could play in the NFL and for our beloved Eagles here. But then to go from that career, how do you transition from being a Philadelphia Eagle and cheered on the field now to protecting and serving?
Well, that's a great question. I have a pretty unique experience after playing ball. So when I finished playing for the Eagles, I moved to the area where I'm currently employed, and I've been running a gym. I've been training adults and kids for the last 10 years, and I consider it to be an easy adjustment. One, because I'm familiar with the community. 2, I'm constantly giving, which is what this job is. At its most purest level. You give yourself to the community. You obviously take a great risk while doing so. You're able to help impact people's lives. But I've been doing that for the last 10 to 12 years now. So it's just a natural bridge, and it's just another way of giving myself back.
I wonder what you thought of when we think about the presidential fitness test making a comeback, and just in this country, I guess it was kind of supersized by the pandemic, when Americans just worldwide were kind of known as, not being as fit as you, for sure. But bringing that fitness test back and trying to encourage everybody no matter what your age or generation, everybody needs to get out, get the steps in. What would you say to that as far as the state of fitness and just encouraging people?
Well, fitness and in my opinion, in my humble opinion, fitness and ambition goes together, right? So the more you the more you treat yourself, the more you take care of yourself, the more health conscious you are, the easier it is to chase your goals. Fitness, to reach a certain level of fitness, you have to have a decent amount of drive and discipline. To reach your goals, you have to have a decent amount of drive and discipline. So when you incorporate fitness, fitness is going to give you the energy to and the discipline to and parlay that into your secondary, not your secondary, your primary goal, which should be to um, elevate yourself and to continue to progress and continue to achieve a higher level of your career and goals. So it ties hand to hand. It goes together.
And so for you though, so initially because of the gym, you were working with the police department, were you helping them train and that sort of thing? Is that how you kind of got to know this police department in particular?
I volunteered at their youth academy. And I was actually training one of the officers who pushed me towards Falls Township, Officer Almeida. They call him, his real name's Francisco, but we call him Chino. He ain't gonna like that I said that, but and I was training his son. I won't mention his name. I was training his son, and he approached me after a session. He asked me, he said, "Hey, we have a bunch of kids that are interested in law enforcement." Basically he loved my energy, the way I interacted with his kids. He saw the way that I trained and my approach and how much I cared. And he asked me to do the physical portion of the youth academy. And I said, absolutely. I did it 1 year and fell in love with it. I was able to go in and do one of my favorite things, which is to cause pain, good pain. But also I was able to go in and be a part of a young person's dream and goal, which is what I absolutely love doing, which is why I train kids and I train adults. But obviously adults aren't young, but so I was able to go in and help them with the physical portion of the camp and make it into a competitive environment, and also show them through those drills what teamwork is like, because that's what policing is as well. Like, you're working with a team, you got to learn to cooperate, you have to learn to look out for one another. So I was able to just tailor the program and make it as interactive and as fun as possible. So I've done that, I believe, the last 2 years, but it could be 3. I'm getting old. My brain is everywhere sometimes.
Now, I just wanted to ask you, as far as, we think of criminal justice, how policing has evolved. And, do you think you offer something a little different just because of your life experience, as far as, like you're saying, being a team player on the Philadelphia Eagles, transitioning to this? I would imagine that, especially when you speak to young people in the community, they listen a little more you have a little more street cred, if you will. And so do you think, or do you think that will be helpful as far as being a role model in the community?
Well, our department is huge on the community aspect of policing. It's one thing to run around. When you think about policing, especially in today's day and age, people think of all the things that they see on Instagram. They see all the negative aspects of it. But what Falls Township is very big on, very, they place a great emphasis on the community aspect of it. And obviously, I've already been ingrained into the community, but being a former Eagle, and being young, I will have the ability to I, I guess that I will have a step up, or I
Yeah.
can just
I see what you're saying.
yeah, I can't find the right word for it, but people think it's cool.
Yeah.
Like this entire process has been absolutely crazy for me. As far as um like the amount of love and interaction that I've had. I didn't
Yeah.
think it would be like this. I've had about 400 text messages, stations reaching out, and
Nice.
I get to see the impact that I am able to have. I actually told Chief, I was like, I can't wait to actually get started in May, because I have some ideas of what we can do to continue to advance our community agenda, especially as it relates to the youth, because I have a unique way of being able to relate to them, and I'm a former NFL player. A lot of kids aspire to, do different things in sports. That's usually the number one thing if you talk to a kid. What do you want to be? Professional athlete.
Yeah.
Now they have a professional athlete on the police force. How cool is that?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I think, what you symbolize to me as well is that you're right. The policing in America has had, let's say, some bad PR, public relations, right? And so as
absolutely.
part of the evolution of going toward what you're saying, which Bucks County has, Montgomery County has, hopefully Philadelphia goes back to this more community policing instead of just looking at stats and producing numbers, because I think that's where we went wrong. And I can say that because my husband and I have lived in Philadelphia. We used to have bike cops. We knew all of our cops, whether they walked the beat, bike cops, cops on horses. We knew everybody. And now it has changed over the years. And so part of that is changing that imagery and having that relationship, because I think it's tougher, even for a young person, if they know the name, if the officer knows their name, if you know their name or you're familiar, I do think that makes the difference, because then, okay, we're all in a community together. So how are we going to solve, these different issues, the mental health crisis, all of it? And so that personalization, if you will, the fact that you're a known person, I think it makes a huge difference, Brandon.
Yeah, it does. I mean, just to piggyback off what you mentioned, I'm not familiar with the way that Philadelphia PD patrols, but I know that just being a 40-year-old African American man, that it makes a big difference when you know who's pulling up, when you know that I'm not trying to police you. I'm not just trying to police crime. We're trying to be involved in the community.
Yeah.
It's a partnership. So if we're just running around kicking in doors, arresting people, that's sowing distrust. So you have to have the community aspect, and it makes your job easier. On the individual level, it makes your partner's jobs easier as they approach the community, and it empowers the community to become active participants in the policing process. So yeah, I don't I like that we place a great emphasis on community policing. That's one of the biggest reasons why I was drawn to this department.
That's wonderful. Brandon Hughes, Officer Brandon Hughes.
Can I ask him a quick question?
Absolutely, Dan Borowski.
Yeah, no, I'm curious because
producer.
I remember Brandon from Madden. He was like a 95 plus speed, and it's because he ran a sub 4.4. He ran a sub 4.4 40-yard dash. I'm curious, are you still running a 4.38?
Yeah, I ran a 4.38 to the refrigerator.
That's your story, and you're
I'm
sticking
still
to it.
pretty fast though. It's funny that we talked about the youth academy. I didn't run this year because I wised up after I had we were doing suicide races to finish at a competitive level, and one of the kids called me out, and my competitive juices kicked in, and It was like a 16-year-old kid. I knew he was going to be fast because he looked fast. I'm not going to say why he looked fast, but he looked fast. So I was like, all right, let me tie my shoes. I got down. We raced. I took off. My first step is good, but these young kids, they have energy. My energy went like this quick.
Are you saying you got beat?
So I can run a 4.3 takeoff. But as I pick up speed, it goes to about a 4.6.
You got a 4.320.
I love
it.
And finally, are you still running Fuel House? That's still going on?
Oh, yes. Thanks for asking about that. I do still own and operate Fuel House. Right now, we are blessed to have Brenner Crone. I actually taught him to train. And then he left me for a little bit, and now he's back and he's running the adult classes. So if anyone is interested in training with the Best of Bucks 2025, which is what he is right now, he won Best of Bucks trainer. I taught him, so he's running his adult classes, and then on top of that, I've had the opportunity and the privilege to impact a lot of young people's lives from an athletic standpoint. I've had kids go to Syracuse and whatnot. I just had another kid commit. I have about 15 or 20 kids that have gone to college, and I've impacted a lot of different kids' athletic careers, high school and post high school. So we're still doing the athletic side. It's the athletic side. It's www.fuelhouse.fitness. Once again, it's www.fuelhouse.fitness. Go on there, check us out. We do athletic training, and we do adult classes.
Yeah, so you're in Park Plaza, is that right? Morrisville?
Plaza in Levittown, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the website right now. Great website. So
it's a great website, right?
A lot of my girlfriends are like, "Oh, I'm going to go work out."
Shoot. Go to
Are they tuning into the video? That's why they're saying it.
Go to Fuel House. Go to Fuel House Sports. I don't know what Zoom does.
Fuelhouse.fitness. Fuelhouse.fitness.
Yeah, I'm about to give you the Instagram handle. I'm sorry if you got to go to commercial, but
no,
that's all right.
Right now.
No, I love it.
Yeah, it's the adult class handle on the Instagram is Fuel House Strength and Fitness.
Okay.
And then the athletic side is Fuel House Sports on Instagram. You can see all the videos. You'll hear me cursing. You'll hear me talking crazy to the kids, but it's all in good fun. And then Brenner's just on a whole another level. The personality at Fuel House is just through the roof. It's by far the best gym in the area.
Love it.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what we've heard. Well, fitness when fitness is contagious, that's a good thing because then you just want to, be fit, have the camaraderie with everybody. It's high energy. Listen, Brandon Hughes, I hope you come back. Want to talk more fitness talk too. That's a good idea. We have to do a live remote. We'll get Dan Borowski in some tights, maybe.
Yeah, that's
I don't know.
I don't think so. There's not. Yeah.
If you wear tights, I'll wear tights.
Well, listen, Brandon Hughes, we really appreciate you. It's a great story and a great journey. So we hope that we can keep in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate both of you. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Take care.
You take care too. Happy Friday. Yeah, Fuel House. We got to fuel your fitness. I love it. This is awesome. Because a lot of the gyms, he's a great guy.
I know.
They're so smart, by the way. I mean, it's a brilliant move for a local police department.
Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And not only helping kids, but helping the community by protecting us. Hell of a guy.
It's wonderful. And I forgot to ask him, but what happens? He pulls somebody over, and usually you're like, oh, you're all nervous, and then he gets recognized, right? And they're like, can I have your autograph? You know what I mean? Instantly, the person has a completely different view. That'd be funny too. How do I know you?
I think he's still connected. You want to ask him that?
I don't know if he's still there. Have you ever?
Brandy's still there.
Oh, you're still there.
It's funny. I'm laughing because there's a lot of people that's hitting me up. Hey, when you pull me over, can I get your autograph? I'm gonna do something. To get you to pull me over. I'm gonna find out when you're on shift. And look, I'm gonna ask for your autograph.
People are just driving around with the Eagles helmet in the back, Cedar
Right.
Falls Township now, waiting to get pulled over by this guy speeding around.
We just had our community event, and my wife was like, "Do you see the way that those kids are staring at you?" I'm like, "I'm trying not to look." Like,
I
you
love
can just
it, though.
feel them beaming through your through
No Neck over on YouTube says, yeah, you can get his autograph. I'll be on the citation he issues for you.
Yes.
Right? But I think it's gonna be a very it's gonna be a good asset because I believe there's two of us. There's two African American cops on this force right now. So I'm gonna be highly recognizable.
Yes.
It's gonna help put people at ease.
Yeah.
Unless they're really, into some stuff, and then
Then not so
deserve
much.
to be at ease.
well, then we'll see if I still run a 4.3 or not.
Listen, you're a great sport. We hope you come back
Thank
and
you,
just
sir.
want to keep in touch and follow Fuel House and do more stories on being fit too. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you. Hope to be back on soon.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I just love the feel good stories, Feel Good Friday, but Fuel House. I always dream of doing, when they get the big apparatus and you have to move it. That's what my David, who's like the football player, and I'm like, I could do that. He's like, Mom, just stop.
Someone standing on the dummies just yelling
I know.
at you to push.
I'm like, I could do that.
I love
You
that.
have no idea how strong I am. They're like, stop. You're embarrassing me. But fitness is not just for the guys. Like, we all have to be fit. And I swear it was something in the pandemic. We all just, even though it's years later, there was that impact. And so many people just have to get back to it. So I think we have to do
I'm notably
our part.
unfit. Well, I have been until I got my pup, and now I'm walking multiple miles per day, and I am a believer in fitness.
Yeah. Well, now you.
That sounds odd to say, but
Well, believe me, you and Maisie, you're going to have a little,
with
the
little
baby.
one on- little girl on the way. Yeah.
So wait till so think about it. She's born in October. That means by next summer,
I'm gonna
you
have a dad
guys,
bod.
oh, you're going to be like running, but
Oh.
you're going to have to run
Yeah, I know. I will have to, or else I'm going to be 500 pounds.
because they move faster than a full. I mean, I swear they move so fast. You go, boom. So you got to be fit. You got to be ready, right?
Can't wait.
Oh, that's so exciting. So exciting. All right, 855-839-1210. Make sure that if you haven't given us a thumbs up or subscribed on the YouTube, you got to do that. What else? We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Get ready for
your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Ah, it's Friday. What a sunny, beautiful Friday. It's nice to finally have clear skies, not the haze from the Canada wildfires. We have that going on. You heard the update from State Senator Tracy Pennacook about the Pennsylvania budget. TikTok, they got to get that done. They do this, they do this a lot where they go over the deadline. So hopefully they will get that done. We also have the story of a guy, if you've ever had a boss who you hated, right? But this guy plants a bomb underneath his boss's vehicle. Crazy story. Can you imagine? And then, by the way, we do have Kristi Noem, and she is announcing how many illegals have left through the reversed app. Because remember, they redid the Biden app to the Trump app, which is, hey, if you're here illegally, we will help you to leave the country legally so that you can legally apply to come back in, and we'll expedite that. So we have new numbers coming in on that one. Your Piazza Pet of the Month, you got to check out Blue and Spot. They're so adorable. So stay tuned for that one. So much breaking with President Trump, the administration, a lot of news, the gator in Bucks County. Oh, man, stay right there because we've got it all for you. But how's your kitchen looking? At Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens. And by the way, not just kitchens. They really do a lot. They do baths. How's the bathroom? How's the master bath? Or maybe that foyer bathroom that you're embarrassed for the company, you're going to have this fall and this holiday season coming up. Well, they've been transforming kitchen and baths for more than 45 years right here in the USA. They're family owned, second generation strong, and they manufacture their cabinets right in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. What does it mean? No tariffs to worry about, no middleman, just expert craftsmanship and unbeatable value. So this month, this August, take advantage of up to 30% off cabinets during their Summer of Savings event. 30% off. What are you waiting for? Trust the name your neighbors have for decades. Kitchen Magic. Just call them, or you can always visit kitchenmagic.com today. 30% off, honey. Kitchen Magic, 30% off, kitchenmagic.com. Do it. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A quiet weather pattern with low humidity remains in the forecast through the weekend. Mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high temperature below average at 84. Another comfortable night tonight, mostly clear, low 64 for the city, 50s out in the suburbs. And for Saturday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, a bit warmer with a high 86.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text SPEND to 323232. That's SPEND to 323232. Text SPEND to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is a beautiful Friday morning.
Well, afternoon.
Not for...
Oh, no, it's morning.
I know. Well, when you get up, believe me, when we get up, it's like we're, 3:30 in the morning. It's not a beautiful morning or a beautiful Friday for one Tish, New York Attorney General Letitia James. She's hit with subpoenas as part of a grand jury probe. Yeah, you're getting the probe as she deserves it. And this is from the Albany U.S. Attorney's Office into her, Tish's offices. Remember that ridiculous civil fraud, political persecution of President Trump? Remember this whole thing? $500 million. It was civil, not criminal, going after his business, going after his family, going after his sons. Well, guess what? Now you can feel the probe, Ms. James. So Department of Justice, DOJ, convening this grand jury following following up after the FBI had opened an investigation into the matter. And so this is a second subpoena now reportedly dealing with the AG's own probe into the NRA. That one was first reported, by the way, by the NYT New York Times. So well-placed sources, according to the New York Post, they're saying it did not indicate whether or not the probe included recent claims of mortgage fraud by the AG, by James, on properties in Brooklyn and Virginia. So this is separate from that because we've reported on that situation. This one specifically is looking into her, alleged political persecution of Trump, a former president at that time, a candidate at that time, for his business case, which went nowhere, as we well know. So, but remember, they were going after a former president, a current candidate, going after him to basically ban him from doing business in his hometown, his birthplace of New York, also trying to punish his sons and really going after him to have to pay all of that money. It was crazy. And I will look toward the transparency. Let's see what we find there. Wow. It was just, we have to remind ourselves of what they did, which was really awful. So that brings me to, I'll stick with DOJ. This is Pam Bondi speaking out. $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Can we listen into this one?
Today, the Department of Justice and State Department are announcing a historic $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Maduro uses foreign terrorist organizations like TDA, Sinaloa, and Cartel of the Suns to bring deadly drugs and violence into our country. To date, the DEA has seized 30 tons of cocaine linked to Maduro and his associates, with nearly 7 tons linked to Maduro himself, which represents a primary source of income for the deadly cartels based in Venezuela and Mexico. Cocaine is often laced with fentanyl, resulting in the loss and destruction of countless American lives. The DOJ has seized over $700 million of Maduro-linked assets, including 2 private jets, 9 vehicles, and more. Yet Maduro's reign of terror continues. He is one of the largest narco-traffickers in the world and a threat to our national security. Therefore, we've doubled his reward to $50 million. Under President Trump's leadership, Maduro will not escape justice, and he will be held accountable for his despicable crimes. If you have any information to bring this criminal to justice, call 1-202-307-4228 or go online.
$50 million reward. That's incredible. Historic, really. Wow. We have other news of the day that I want to get to, and that is just updating. Thank God and thank you for your prayers as these 2 Pennsylvania state troopers who were shot yesterday while answering 911 calls for help, they are recovering this morning. Their conditions stabilized. And this one was the neighborly dispute of some sort where a 61-year-old man shot and killed his neighbor lady. She's identified as Lori Wasco. She was 57 years young. And she was shot and killed while walking to her car. Crazy. Susquehanna county, I should say. But in this one, 911 calls from neighbors and Lori's boyfriend. And this guy then, according to authorities, waits for the police to come, the Pennsylvania State Troopers, and shoots the Pennsylvania State Troopers. They were shot twice. And so they were rushed with, and by the way, shot him with the, semi-automatic weapon, just opens fire, a blitz of bullets. They were both struck multiple times, rushed to area hospitals. Thank God those doctors, nurses, medical professionals able to save their lives. And as well, an EMT who was coming to treat them was injured. So in that one, we still don't know the motive of this one, but for our brave Pennsylvania State Troopers, I know I believe they were med flighted. Yes, they were med flighted. But we're just thinking about our Pennsylvania State Troopers. Please keep Troopers Joseph Paranchinski and Trooper William Jenkins. Please keep them and their families in your prayers, if you would. So I want to talk about that one. Also want to highlight for you, and I have to move along. Do we have to go, or am I okay?
We do have to go.
We have to go.
Yeah.
All right. We are going to take a break here. We have so much to talk about, but we will be talking about as well our favorite Piazza Pets of the month. Please open your hearts and your homes to our great Piazza Pets.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Another scorcher, and your patio is still too hot to use? It's time for a Sunsetter retractable awning. At Douglas L. Gibson Enterprises, we install custom retractable awnings from Sunsetter, America's best awning. Whether it's more shade, UV protection, or just a cooler space you'll actually use, every Sunsetter awning we install is protected with up to a 10-year all-weather warranty. Plus our exclusive 5-year labor warranty, even covering storm and wind damage. Go to dlgibson.com and schedule your discovery consultation today. That's dlgibson.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A new mixed-use housing medical facility opens in Camden with apartments for low-income seniors. Philadelphia authorities say they're not ready yet to start enforcing rules on mobile healthcare providers in Kensington. And Governor Josh Shapiro wants the Pennsylvania House to pass a transit funding bill in this weekend's session.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinekanze.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The latest numbers as we look toward the latest government estimate that nearly 19 million illegals have come into this country illegally. Again, they're here illegally. And that was during the previous administration. Today, we got an update from HHS Secretary Kristi Noem announcing 1 million illegals have self-deported. That's just in about the past 6 months during the Trump administration. And she's pointing out once again, if you self-deport, then no harm, no foul. They want to give you a pathway to now legally apply without cutting in line in front of those who have been in line and legally applied. That brings me to the next. I want you to listen to this because I think Stephen Miller, he so succinctly words this as to the Democrat strategy of why. Why would they let tens of millions of people unvetted, most of them unvetted, come into this country? Here it is.
Chicago, New York, Massachusetts. Democrats have gerrymandered the vote beyond recognition to try to maintain their advantage in the House elections. On top of that, let's not forget, Democrats rigged the 2020 census by including illegal aliens. Remember, they sued Donald Trump. They sued the administration. They fought tooth and nail to include illegal aliens in the census. 20 to 30 of House Democrat seats wouldn't exist but for illegal aliens. Texas is taking just a small corrective step against this ocean of fraud, this ocean of abuse by the corrupt Democrat Party, Sean.
The ocean of fraud. And that's really what it was. And that's why the Democrats, if you see them out in full force in the media doing a full court press as they're saying, whoa, we cannot have the Republicans mid-census because usually when you redraw district lines, it coincides with a new census. So the point here by the Trump administration is, well, they rigged the last census, included non-citizens, so you need to push the reset button. And then, of course, you look toward representing the citizens, the actual correct accounting for U.S. citizens. And that's why they're doing this. Also, it brings forth the event of and the situation of how this is reported, because you keep hearing these reports about different illegals here in ICE custody and ICE officers and law enforcement demonized. You're going to hear the story, and it's a tragic story by all accounts. A Chinese national, Mr. Gi, I reported on this earlier, so very quickly, this is Chofeng Gi, 32-year-old citizen of China in ICE custody, reportedly committing suicide, found hanged himself in the shower of a holding center there, detained at the Moshannon Valley Processing Center in Phillipsburg, Pennsylvania. That's all you're hearing. And then demonizing the advocates, the liberal media. They're saying that, oh, ICE, they're responsible for this man's death. And this is why we need to not call ICE, not allow ICE to detain these individuals. Why was he detained? I had to look this up. You're going to hear about this. You're going to see it, and I want to prepare you because the local Lower Paxton Township Police Department arrested this person last January. Has nothing to do with ICE. This guy, at the end of the day, was charged and pleaded guilty to all kinds of crimes, including hacking into computers, all kinds of fraud, conspiracy issues, and fraudulently hacking into computers and defrauding victims. That's what this guy pleaded guilty to. And so that is why then he pleaded guilty. He was in custody and facing sentencing. ICE is notified because he's here illegally. That's how he ended up in custody of ICE. That's what happened. So I want you to be armed with that information because they're making it sound like this is just another illegal here innocently in this country. No. That's the truth behind the story. Just wanted to give you that heads up. All right, switching gears to a lovely story of two brothers. They're two brother puppies, let's say. We had a great behind the scenes video shoot with our friends at Piazza Pets, who are the wind beneath our wings. We hope that you think about giving a forever home to these beautiful Piazza pups up for adoption right now with our friends at the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Take a look. We're back. Piazza Pet of the Month. Dawn Stensland here with Sarah Smith. We've got Blue, we've got Spot, and this is a special duo up for adoption, right, Sarah?
Yeah, we're so excited to feature the two of these guys.
This is, I think, one of my favorite things, to get to meet really wonderful pets, dogs and cats that need a home, now, as far as Blue or Spot, you could also foster them, Sarah?
Yeah, sure. We would love to see them out of the shelter no matter what. If it's a short stay or a full-time adoption, we would love that. Just stop on by and meet them and see what you can do to welcome them into your home.
And what is special about these two brothers?
They're brothers, they're litter mates, and they're 7 years old, and they are a bonded pair, so they need to be adopted together. They really rely on each other, and we know that the right family is out there for the two of them.
We've talked about this, Sarah.
Yes.
Sometimes people, because of money, because of a move, let's say, because of health reasons, and they entrust you with their beloved pets to make sure that their family members get a good forever home.
Yeah, these two had to come back to us. They were with us a few years ago, but we're here to help them find a new family. We know that they other animals. This is us helping our community. Whenever you adopt from us, we're there for you to support you. It's an unfortunate situation that these two ended up back with us and their owners are entrusting us to find a new adopter for them, but we know that they're out there.
They're really sweet, I will say, just their demeanor, just very laid back, very sweet. We're out here. It's a pretty hot day and they're really patient.
They really just want to be lap dogs. I mean, they would be great for really any, more relaxed family, I'm sure the kids would be fine with them, but it would be more like they're not going to play with them all the time. So, great for a single person, really any family. And they've lived with other pets, so we know that they're good with other animals too.
What kind of dogs are they?
So we know that there's some sort of mix with a blue heeler mix, which is kind of how they get their name, Blue and Spot. But we never know the full breed lineage of our dogs because most of them come in as strays. So originally they had come as part of our Second Chance program from the South. They really are so sweet. They're entering their golden years, and they really need a soft place to really relax and settle in and just have that be their forever home.
We also want to point out that if you're not at that point, which I'm not right now, you're not able to adopt. There are many other ways to give.
Sure. We really would welcome anyone to come in and volunteer with us, foster for us. These two would be great as fosters if you just want a short-term commitment for now to let them be in a home instead of a kennel. They've been in a home for so long. To get them out of the shelter, that would be great. And donations go a long way. We are our own nonprofit, we're our own organization, and we really do rely on those donations from the public to help us support this work, this life-saving work.
When somebody adopts, Blue and Spot, right now their immunizations, all of that is all up to date, taken care of right now.
Sure.
Right? So,
yeah, I mean, every animal that gets adopted at the Brandywine Valley SPCA is microchipped, spayed and neutered, and has their current vaccines. So they're ready to go home that same day. That's such a savings for the folks that are adopting. And then we have animal health centers, so you're welcome to come back to us and have us be your primary vet source for your pets.
Do you have any update for us on Piazza Pets of the last months as far as the adoptions?
Sure, we were so grateful to come out and do our live broadcast with you, and all of the pets except Sapphire. Sapphire is still looking for a new home. He's still at our Westchester shelter, but the rest of them were all adopted. And then when you came out to our shelter in Newcastle, I think that all of the animals that you met there have been adopted. So we're doing a good job. I would love to see Sapphire get a home, and Blue and Spot. All of those animals rescued from Texas, some of them are still waiting for homes, but most of them are in their forever homes now too.
That's beautiful. So here's the deal. You can go to 1210 WPHT to our Piazza Pet page if you're interested in knowing more about what we're doing. Thanks to Piazza Auto Group. We really have to thank them. And thank you at the Brandywine Valley SPCA because you do so much.
We're
really
so grateful. I mean, this is a great way for them to be featured and to get them out into the community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thanks for watching. We'll be back for next month's edition. For now, So that's our Piazza Pet of the Month here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Thank you so much, Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Premium Automobiles. You see that I'm broadcasting from the Piazza Studios right now, and they are really they're really the wind beneath our wings, or maybe the wind beneath the paws of Piazza Pets, right? So Blue and Spot, can't say enough. These are sweet doggies, and you saw them, their demeanor. They're just really adorable. So if you're thinking about a pet, think about Blue and Spot, or our friends at Brandywine Valley SPCA and Sarah Smith. Thank you, Sarah. Special shout out. A lot of fun, Dan. Now you and Maisie already have the doggy, right?
Yeah.
And you're about to get the baby. Maybe Dom, I don't know, did Dom and Ro, maybe they need some pets, I think. Kitty cats, doggies.
I think Freddie the cat would object. He needs all the attention in the world, but we'll consider it for Piazza. Yeah. Hey, Dawn, we're going to talk with the lawyer for the girl and the mom that were stiffed by the local federal court yesterday over that having to run against a male. The woman judge even said, hey, honey, you don't have a 100% guarantee to privacy either in your shower or locker room. Wow, what a judge, and a female judge, I might add.
It's crazy time. And it's Dom time. Dom Giordano, a great show just ahead.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Here's Comedians and Sketchers Getting Comfortable, presented by Hands Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as Slip-Ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers Slip-Ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, Slip-Ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers Slip-Ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1242. That's 800-275-1242.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, good Friday, everyone. It is demonstrate the car, et cetera, et cetera. No, they lend it out. I don't know. Is that an illegal process? They're going to come here and take me out. Henry, remember that secret escape room here. So, yeah, I bet we have tons of people out there that can tell me a workaround on this or rectify it. If you can, just let me know. Hit me off air, or you can call in and tell me. I just am amazed by it. And no one really can explain it fully, but that's the way it is. All right, we are 1 week out and big plans behind the scenes here for our next broadcast at the Summer White House at Mulligan's. It's a 2-for-1 day, don't forget. I'm on noon to 3 from Mulligan's and Rich from the Grand Hotel in Cape May. So you get 2 bites at the apple, have your lunch, have your dinner there. You can't do any better than that. It's a talk radio extravaganza. Want to start out with a couple of things, though. A lot has happened with the Sydney Sweeney thing. Now the New York Times, the big act, they've jumped into the ring. And they're the ones, and I want to link this to what the left says repeatedly. Like, why do you guys in talk radio always talk about this stuff? No one cares about it. And they still want to go ahead. The cultural war stuff. So the New York Times writes a big piece saying that the Sydney Sweeney ad did not take off until right-wing influencers, talk radio, Fox, and everybody else made a big deal about it. In other words, they're trying to shift the narrative here. They have people that go nuts all over Twitter, then social commentary about the jeans things, about the Nazi stuff. It's on TikTok, unbelievably. So the ad is there. People on the right start to say stuff like, "We are back," meaning you can have ads like this. If I see one more sorority dancing on Twitter, it's like an army of them in multicolored uniforms. And people are saying that indicates conservatism is back. Okay, I get it. What happened next? Well, they started calling it Nazi eugenics. Then on TikTok, they said it's clearly Nazi eugenics. Media outlets said, well, we're just reporting what's happening on TikTok. And then it's a moment of reckoning. People jumped in and just said it's a hot woman pitching jeans. Then the New York Times and others said, no one is outraged by this. It's just you MAGA morons that are bringing this up. All this is the latest attempt now, the rearguard action, to try to shift the narrative. And I want to link it to something that is ongoing and important, and the other side is trying to say the same thing. Why do we keep on talking about this? Well, there are 2 reasons. All these trans issues. I told you toward the end of the show yesterday, didn't have fully enough time. In Philadelphia, this judge, Wendy Beetlestone, yeah, that's her real name, ruled against a girl who had to Holly Magaleno, who the hearing came a month after Radner filed a lawsuit on behalf, this attorney, of the Quakertown student. So she's Quakertown, but there are Colonial involved, Colonial student, and Plymouth Whitemarsh somehow or another. The lawyer's going to be here at 2. Here's why it's important. This judge, I was just telling Dawn, actually said she went point by point through this, how it's not violative of Title IX, how the talk here of having to get changed or showered or be in the same locker room and bathrooms with a biological male. The judge said, well, you don't have a 100% right to privacy. What about the rights of the trans person who's being picked on and needs this kind of refuge? So when you read this thing methodically and go through it, it's stunning. And again, the retort of the other side is, why do you guys keep on bringing this up? All right, there are two reasons. One, because it keeps on happening to females and it's wrong. The second reason is when people hear this, in their gut, they know one party's on that side and one's on the other. And they don't want to be on the side that's going to tell some female runner that she has to run against a male and shut up. Now, as I understood it at the time, and I'm going to ask the lawyer at 2 o'clock today, when all this went down, the female didn't shake hands or anything else, and she may have said something. And I know there were calls for discipline. Can you imagine? Discipline on her. I'm going to ask, did that happen? And I'm going to get his observations of this judge and where this goes next. And she turned them down with prejudice, meaning you can't appeal other than the Supreme Court. You mean to say this isn't at least a close call? We can't appeal somewhere else? Nope. And they think we're just going to go away on this. In what universe are we just going to go away? No. And politically, this will just continue to ratchet up. All right, one other thing I wanted to mention here at the top. By the way, Secretary Bessent is going to be on the show on Monday. And then I'm supposed to meet with him. So, only kidding. No, I am meeting with him. But I mean, should I give him a tip? Hey, buy low, sell high. You know, what tip? What should I say when I shake his hand? Other than this guy has been unbelievable. He's the star. I know RFK Jr., there's sexier issues, but this guy has really formulated economic policy. He has helped big time. He's widely respected. Thrilled to have him on the show. Then I'm supposed to meet him over at the Mint. I don't know what he's doing over at the Mint, but we'll find out what they're minting.
He's bringing cash
after
back.
the show. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Headline in the Inquirer. And I want to be as sensitive as I can on this, but you will probably be thinking the same thing I am when I tell you what's going on here. For the second time this summer, says the Inquirer, a pair of Delco children are in the hospital after an e-scooter collision. Lawmakers want change. Now, there was sadly this accident out in Delaware County a while ago where 12-year-old was killed. She was riding an e-scooter, she and an 11-year-old. They were struck by a vehicle while riding together on an electric scooter. These two were 14-year-olds from Clifton Heights and one from Philadelphia. They were struck by a pickup truck Tuesday in Springfield Township. Both boys were riding on the same scooter. And the headline and all the stuff in here are saying we need more legislation, more change. Is it wrong to say, and one's the uncle in here, they're talking and everything else. How about the parents? How about saying, no, 11 and 12-year-olds, you're not going to be riding on an e-scooter. Now, where we are in downtown Philadelphia, particularly where I park, you see people flying around on everything imaginable. And the e-scooter might be the worst. It's like you're on a skateboard, essentially. That's electronic, powered electrically, and there's no protection. There's nothing around you. Occasionally, I see people wear a helmet.
Occasionally.
But I mean, that's like, I don't know if that's going to, there's nothing around you. There's no cage of a car, no matter how limited or whatever. And there's a lot of movement. It's like a surfboard among cars. It's hard to believe. So is it out of line to say, okay, you want more legislation? How about the parents telling an 11 and 12-year-old, no, you can't be on e-scooters. Adults shouldn't be on them. It's crazy. And particularly where we are, where we park and everything else, you have people zipping in and out on all kinds of vehicles. And I thought the bike lanes were for the bike lanes. Suddenly they become electrified, I guess. And, away we go. So is that out of line? All right, today, side question, National Farm Day. By the way, we had a lot of response to the bad breath yesterday, a lot of fun. We want to know something from a film, a TV show, in which a farm or farmers were prominently featured, or even a farmer, real or fictional. So I'll take off the board, of course, the classic Old MacDonald. Got to take him off the board right away. And one of my favorite farm shows, even though there's not too much farming going on, Witness with Harrison Ford. Yeah.
Took my answer.
Oh.
I just watched it for the first time last week.
Oh, the first.
So it was fresh in the mind.
I've seen it 11 or 12. I'm not sure which.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of scenes with Kelly Gillis, particularly when she's deciding and she runs to him. She has to give up this whole life and all.
Yeah.
It's just, he is so good in that.
He is.
Yeah,
that's one of those roles that was like tailor-made for him.
Exactly. I mean, I can't say that he's always good. You know, he's too stereotypical. But in that, and Danny Glover playing a corrupt police sergeant or lieutenant is great.
Yeah.
And whoever the guy is that's the lead corrupt guy is a great villain. Yeah,
everyone was phenomenal in that movie.
Yeah,
it was one of the best movies I watched this year.
And the kid at 30th Street Station overhearing them and all that. All right, sorry I took Witness off. Great mind think alike. What's your other?
Oh man, you're gonna have to come back to me maybe when we get Dan's answer.
Right.
I have to think about this one now.
All right, so Old MacDonald's and Witness. It could be a movie, could be TV. It's a place, it's a person, anything associated with farming, which is under scrutiny once again here. Where do we get farm workers? Okay. Phone lines.
You know what?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll take one off.
Go ahead.
Because there's nothing out there but barns and farms out in the middle of nowhere, Hickory, Indiana. The movie Hoosiers.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Jimmy's out there at a court day and night.
He's out there on his farm, dirt court, just shooting at a hoop.
Yeah, exactly.
The barn behind him.
All right, so it's 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon. A little fun fact too. Most baskets put up in the suburbs or at home, are they too low or too high? And I'm always going to tell you they're too high. If anything, make the basket a little bit lower. Give us a break. Don't make it 10 feet 6 inches. Measure it better. You think they're lower?
Consistently. I always think there's one that's the actual 10 foot, and then there's the other one, and then there's one. The other one's always like 9.5 or something.
All right, go measure your basket and let us know. We played a big event on a 9-foot basket at the truck stop alongside of headed to the shore, Farley, with all kinds of basketball coaches and the governor of Jersey, etc. I don't know why it was 9 feet. I didn't ask. All right, 855-839-1210. Jump on board. 2 o'clock, you'll hear the attorney on this. Riveting stuff. And Linda Kearns is here because the Trump administration is on it. They're going after Pennsylvania saying, we want to see your voter registration records. We want to see everything. I think they're doing that with 12 states. So rest assured, they're not resting. We're already gearing up for the midterms. That's what this is about. Linda will lay that out today. You don't want to miss it at 2:30. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Our Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. South Philadelphia resident Charlie Ellison, thank you for your service, and first and foremost, thanks for being in studio.
Yeah, good morning.
For most of the vets that we interview, most have a family connection. You do not.
At 18 years old, as a young, dumb punk growing up in this area, I wanted to get away, to get some perspective in life. Thankfully, that worked out.
Charlie Ellison, great stuff, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for having me. I appreciate it.
Beautiful. And when you go to shake Greg's hand, squeeze extra hard.
Definitely will.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time.
You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, it is Dom time. It's 855-839-1210. You can get on board. And again, this is the tactic on the left. I mentioned the Sweeney ad. Well, you're the ones that kept on bringing it up. We didn't say anything. Yeah, where do you think we got the Nazis and the eugenics and the numbers that came out of this ad? That's where it came from. They're trying to change the narrative. The narrative now is the right gets outraged, brings stuff up, and then they're outraged because it's a big issue. Okay? No, not really. Now Sweeney's Baskin-Robbins ad resurfaces. So there'll be another spasm. This is the New York Times. They're out there counting on Twitter all kinds of narratives from people. And no, who did it first? What was the moment the Sweeney ad burst? And then we have the judge here and saying, you don't have a right to privacy. And then their argument is, why do you guys keep on bringing this up? And I told you the reason that it's brought up. One, it's the right thing to bring it up. I'm reading this, and as much as I see the stuff from this judge, when she tells his female, you don't have a 100% right to privacy. What about this transgender kid? They're under fire. They have the quote from the mom, how cruel it would be if he couldn't compete against females. Stop it already. Stop it. You're attacking females. You're attacking Title IX. That's exactly what's going on here. It's ridiculous, but that's what the play is. Now, something big that the president's on, and I don't even know if I knew this until, 5 to 8 years ago, fully. But one of the big draws for Democrats to get people here illegally is everybody counts in the census. Whether you're a citizen, overstaying visa, here illegally, you all count. We all count. So as a result, Democrats definitely want this. It then makes for more population in the states where there's sanctuaries, etc. And you know what that means? More Democrats in Congress. So President Trump, and we're going to see what the Supreme Court says in this one, trying again to say the census should only count citizens. That's the clear intent of the Founding Fathers, not some scheme by the Democrats. Now, there's a lot of reasons why they want people to be here illegally. A lot of them want cheap labor. But one of the major ones is the head count in Congress. And here is Stephen Miller making that point, and also what they've done to rig the system on their side. This Henry's cut for Stephen Miller, the sharpest guy Trump has, making the point that I just made.
Conservative, Democrats have stolen 20 to 30 House seats by counting illegal aliens in the census. I mean, just think about that for a second. They stole 20 or 30
the multimedia
House
marketplace
seats by counting illegal aliens in the census. And now you have Democrats talking about, oh, Republicans can't change their congressional maps? You have literally brought invaders into
the
this
multimedia
country by the
marketplace.
tens of millions to rig the results of the census and the apportionment of our congressional seats. And then on top of that, of course, you have a situation where even though Republicans won a
the multimedia
landslide
marketplace.
in the House popular vote, Democrats have so thoroughly rigged and gerrymandered and manipulated their districts beyond all recognition that Republicans only gained a four-seat majority,
the multimedia
despite winning a
marketplace.
much smaller majority
That's okay.
in the popular
All right,
vote in 2010 and getting 63 seats. Remember the 2010 election? A much smaller popular vote majority produced 63 seats. So,
all right, there we go. That's the point. And again, the Republicans have to do a better job educating Americans. I don't think the average American knows that. They're wondering, well, why would you want to bring all these people into the country? There's a multitude of reasons. That's a big one. It skews the numbers in Congress. I don't know if it would be 20 to 30, but it would be a lot. So they want to play hardball on this. We've been through this with this Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Scott Presler's on Monday. I've been talking with him. And again, as this plays out with the redistricting, et cetera, we have to remind people, you're angry about this? You see what happened in Pennsylvania. What can you do? Well, in November, you can vote to not retain 3 of these progressive Pennsylvania Supreme Court justices. One of their biggest sins was to take over the power of the legislature and gerrymander the Delaware County, Chester County seat of Pat Meehan. They didn't like how it was set up. And it was set up in a way to aid a Republican. So they said, oh, we're for Democrats. They jumped in, and now we have Mary Gay Scanlon. Don't retain them. That's just one of their sins. That's just one of the reasons not to retain them. This is what we have to rouse people to do. We can definitely win this one. And I'm convinced if people do turn up on that, they'll take out not 1 or 2. They'll take out all 3. That would be a sea change here. That's why this is big. That's why Presler's brilliant. He's not centering in on what everybody else is necessarily. He's centering in on something that's winnable and something that would really matter. So keep that in mind. Tell people about that. As we get closer to it, we'll really hit it. But Miller's right. That's the reason they're doing this. Now, what is Trump trying to do? He's trying to essentially take this out of the census and do a new census before the midterms, and then how that would change congressional seats here, how it would change America. You take out that number from the census, I don't know about 20 or 30, I'd say at least 10, if not more. Picture having a 15 vote or 20 vote margin there. That's much better, isn't it? Okay, 855-839-1210. Coming up, Bob Havre de Grasse Harvey. And thanks to our friends over at the Delaware Valley Journal, Linda and everybody else. They're the only ones covering this. He goes to a campaign rally in Wednesday night in Bucks County, and he comes out boldly saying he is for universal health care, no private insurance. What is wrong with the people in the suburbs? I'll give you the details. You know, he's saying, I got to be a bit on the down low here because, we don't want people hearing it. But I'm telling you, you rabid Democrats that are here. I think it was in Central Bucks. I am for universal health care. I'm for Bernie Sanders. I'm for Obama. Right there in Bucks County. And the only reason I knew about it is the Delaware Valley Journal. You're not going to hear that anywhere else. And then I tell you so you don't have to go and find stuff like this. But I'm this is as progressive as it gets. I feel like getting a residence in Bucks County and then the next day coming back just to vote in that. Can you imagine this guy? Universal health care. All right, let's go to 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time farmer or farm in a film or media or something like that. Let's go to Pat in Washington Township, and Pat's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Pat, welcome in.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm calling first to tell you about an encounter with a lunatic leftist here in Washington Township.
Okay.
I was driving, and the car behind me, the girl, she's beeping crazy. And I look, and I could see her, and I knew what it was. So I came to the light. I got out of my car, went back to her, signaling to roll her window down. I said, "Oh my gosh, do you need help?" Well, then the you effing fascist, crazy, she was like one of those people you see on TV. The eyes, the hair.
Yeah.
The
the females
screaming.
particularly. And what did you have, a Trump sticker?
No. Yeah, a little Trump magnet. I knew it. And I'm playing dumb. My God, what? Oh my God, what's wrong? And then she points to it. I said, that's what has you riled up? I said, I'd love to have a conversation with you. I thought I'm going to stay calm. Well, no, I would never have to talk to you. So now the light's changing, like one time, two time, people are beeping behind her. I'm 75 years old, and I'm standing outside, and I thought, really, like, it's the middle of the day. Like, what does she do with her job? Like, what does she do in family and social situations or school? Like, how do you live hating that much?
That is a great point. Yeah, to go to that level, particularly, we all know you don't want to get involved in honking at people, road rage, and everything else. Yeah. How does she know who's in the car, how you're going to react? Right. They are out of control. There's no doubt.
I'm telling you, she was looking at it on my hat, my T-shirt, my earrings.
Oh, God, yes. And wait a minute. And the touch when she comes to the car blasting Talk Radio 1210. There you go.
She didn't come to my car. I went to her car. I got out and I went to her car.
Yeah. Tell her you listening to Talk Radio too. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. And my question of the day,
yes.
I would say, The Last Rodeo. It's filmed in Oklahoma, and the scenery is wonderful. I don't know if you've seen it.
I have not seen. Who stars in The Last Rodeo?
What's his name? Neil McDonough. It's a very family-oriented. It's really, really good.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you very much for starting us off. All right, that's what we're looking for. National Farm Day. Farm is central to it. Or a farmer, a prominent farmer. I'll take off a very prominent farmer off. I'll take Jefferson off. Now, he may have been a gentleman farmer. I don't know if Tommy Jefferson was out there planting tobacco or whatever, but he apparently had big log books of all kind of farming, so he must have been doing something.
He was into it, at least.
He was into it.
I don't know if he wasn't out there plowing the fields, but he was like, I like keeping track of what's going on out there.
Yeah, and then some extracurricular activities he was involved in. All right, coming up, Bob Harb DeGrasse, Inside Sources, Delaware Valley Journal says, Democrat Harvey running against Brian Fitzpatrick supports socialized medicine, but says be quiet about it because voters may not be ready. But I'm telling you, again, the suburbs are not just liberal light now. They are putting people in that are, first of all, insufferable, obnoxious, like this guy and Diane Marseglia. I thought I'd ask today, who is it that is the most insufferable of all these progressives? Let me give you some of the cast of characters in the suburbs. You have the Mr. Softy truck guy, right, that heads up Montgomery County, and his assistant stooge, the mini-me. Then in Chester County, you have people that couldn't keep a guy in prison. He just crab walked out of it. In Delaware County, you have this mob of progressive women that raise taxes by 23%. Then in Bucks County, you have Bob Harb DeGrasse Harvey, and I'm not following the law. Are you kidding me? I'm Diane Marseglia. Which one of these ruling bodies in the suburbs is the most insufferable, or which individual? I'd have to say, boy, this is tough. The Mr. Softy guy really has been invited to the White House because of how extreme he is. But for sheer insufferability, cockiness, arrogance. Come on, Diane, you got it all. I'd have to say Diane Marseglia. When she came out and said, precedent, I don't care what you say. I'm going to do what I want. Remember that? Bring it on, she told Scott Pressler. I vote Marseglia. But the Mr. Softy guy is right there, with taking that out to the prisons and the whole deal that he does. She's got the cockiness, though. She really, she belongs in Philadelphia. She'd be good in city council or something like that. Come on, Diane. Too small of a platform for you out there. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Well, it's here. Rescue Natural Supplements, biggest thank you of the year. Their customer appreciation sale is on, and it's about delivering the best deals and quality products for you. Right now, stock up and save a whopping 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more Rescue single bottles. Plus, your order will ship for free. Just use the code VIP50 at checkout. Whether it's omega-3s, cholesterol support, or joint health, this is your chance to feel your best for less. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, now's the best time to give them a try. Digestion, sleep, energy, it's all covered. Again, use that code VIP50. Receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. Just use that code VIP50, VIP50 at res-q.com.
Sundays 11 till 1, presented by the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Tom Giordano Show. A lot of people have some farming background. I've only been on a farm a couple times. By the way, a little update so I don't forget. Your Philadelphia Eagles last night, preseason game. I'm looking at all the statistics. One not there, though. Number of beers drunk at the ballpark for $18.50. Mm-hmm. I want to know how much profit on each one of those beers. $3 to $5, would you say? More.
At least, yeah.
Oh, my God.
No, they have great profit margins, I'm sure.
So Henry told me he was going to have one, but I think that we set the over and under at 1.5, and I think he probably in the first half to find how many.
So I didn't find myself having any $18 beers. No,
okay.
I cheaped out and went for the $14 beers instead.
Oh, my God.
And I got 2 of those.
It's still 28. And how much difference in ounces?
I think it was 8 less ounces. So
okay.
Yeah, I was still getting stiffed.
Yeah, it's $28 for beer.
But you know what? I was feeling pretty good when I was in there. I'll say that much.
All right. 855-839-12.
Great game.
It's amazing. Yeah, well, I think Cincinnati's defense, wow.
Yeah, that's Swiss cheese.
Yeah. Bob Harvey now goes to this event, Delaware Valley Journal tells us, at a campaign event in Richland Town in Bucks County. Harvey, who's challenging Brian Fitzpatrick, emphasized his traditional Democratic roots. His Irish Catholic grandmother kept a bronze bust of JFK in her bedroom, and salt and pepper shakers of JFK and Jackie Onassis on her kitchen table. His family really took it to heart that government service is a noble thing and you should want to get involved. When answering questions from the crowd of about 150 people, he endorsed a more ambitious vision, a national health care system. We have the best doctors, the best hospitals, and the best health care system. But the problem is we don't have access to it for everyone. So he warned the political backlash could hand more victories toward Republicans. I don't think America is ready for a national health care system. There are too many people in this country who are too terrified about what that means. I understand the math. I'm just being honest with you. He cited lingering resistance to the Affordable Care Act. I want us to get there at some point. So what this guy's doing, he's telling you, yes, he is for socialized medicine. Call it whatever you want. But he's got to get elected to be able to agitate for that. Now, to me, over the years with this idea we go to government for health care rather than my private insurance. This is very similar to coming for your guns. Coming for your health care is what they're doing. And this guy out there in the suburbs, a guy that you wouldn't think, he's obnoxious. Both of those commissioners are. But the idea that he feels comfortable saying, yeah, that's what the end plan is. That's what the game is. We got the great doctors. We got the great hospitals. Why do you think we have the great doctors and great hospitals? Because we're not like Great Britain. Because we're not like Canada. How many times have I told the story of the wife of Liam Neeson? They were skiing. She got a head injury. They were a little bit out of the way. Because they don't have medical evacuation, helicopters like we do. Within 5 minutes of where I am in downtown Philadelphia, you probably have 10 of them, right? Because of that, they had to try to get her to a fixed-wing plane, and by the time they did all this stuff, it was too late. Here, she would have been saved, I'm convinced. Now, why is that? Because they made other decisions about their health care versus what we have. So why in the world would we want to go down the road toward what Canada? Why does the rest of the world come here, Bob Harvey, for health care? Now, this is a tell. This tells you what you need to know about this guy. He's even more extreme than you can imagine. What he's saying is, well, Democrats can't win now if people realize this is what we're really about. But he's trying to show his credentials to the mob out there and tell them, yeah, you just give me time. You send me to Congress a few times. I'll be right there with the crowd pushing for Obamacare on steroids, for national government health insurance. Anybody that comes anywhere near that is an enemy. Anybody that comes anywhere near that, they're an enemy. They're an enemy to me, to you, and what this country's about. The reason why we have great health care is not because of government intervention. You know what happens. Rationing, look at Canada. All kinds of things get put in that are not efficient, like the story I just told you. She died. Here, I think she would have lived. They just weren't going to go with medical. They thought that to be too expensive. We don't. We have a much superior system. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Dom. I'd like to wish you guys a great weekend. This weather's gorgeous. Take advantage of it.
Thank you, Joe. You too.
Dom, I'd like to go back to your opening monologue. Beware of anybody who says, I cannot guarantee 100%. They're up to something. They're full of themselves. They're full of you-know-what.
Yeah.
I can't guarantee my kids 100% that I'll keep them safe every day. But I'll guarantee them 100% I'll try my darndest. And that was a cop-out. That was so ridiculously lame as an excuse and a rendering that be aware. Just be aware of those people.
Absolutely. What else do you have, Joe? You have your side today?
Well, yeah, Dom, and I got to admit, I used this before, but to me it embodies like all the guitorial-laden passion that anybody could have in them. It also embodies the wishes of everything that you want to do in life at all costs, especially in this age of daddy ball and trying to get your kids an upper hand over anybody else. And it's Kevin Costner in The Field of Dreams. He was willing to give up his farm for what he really, really believed in without impacting anyone else.
That is great. We should have taken that one off, but we have to leave some good ones. Henry, did we get yours, by the way?
I mean, I said Hoosiers. I thought of another one.
Right.
And I completely forgot about it.
Yeah, okay. All right. So it's 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do.
I remembered it.
Oh, go ahead.
Ready? You're going to like this one.
Yeah.
Omar from The Wire.
And a farm?
Yeah.
I don't remember the farm. Why?
Because when he's coming, he whistles The Farmer and the Dell.
Oh, that is a real reach. That is.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Omar, we voted as the ultimate anti-hero character when we did that. And arguably top 10 characters the last 30 or 40 years on TV. You just cannot imagine a character like this. Yeah. Yes, particularly when they shoot off the hat or at the hat of his grandmother. Oh, man, on Sunday morning. Sunday truce. And they violated that. They killed a guy, I think, because he did that. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Linda Kearns a little bit later. We'll talk with the attorney of this girl from, there's 3 schools in here, Quakertown. And this judge, what went on behind the scenes, what happens next, where they said, no, it's no violation, even though the Trump executive orders out there that it is a violation. It is the law. The Trump administration has reined in the colleges. They got to go after high schools next. They are out of control here. And imagine a judge, say that was your daughter or your client, telling her, hey, honey, you don't have 100% right to privacy. What about the poor trans kid? What about Leah Thomas strutting around? What about Leah? Not going to win on this, and they're going to keep on doing it and then tell us to shut up. And we're going to talk about it more. And when we get to the midterms, it'll still be in play. All right, 855-839-1210. It's going to be in play in the governor's race with Joshi Shapiro. All right, let me tell you about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. I'm thrilled to tell you the great news that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team in September. So if you're a patient, you have complex dental issues, maybe even putting off seeing a dentist, or you're with a general dentist that can use some backup because cases getting complicated, whatever it is, you know the guy, my guy, Dr. Bentz. Bentz Dental Group is your number one solutions provider. Now, I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, always happy with what his team have done for me. They've brought me a long way with oral health, with the water pick and the electric toothbrush and any number of things. You'll get on the same road to great health and the smile that you've always wanted. Just call them now, schedule that appointment, get that initial look-see, 610-272-6949. Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949, or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com. That's BentzDentalGroup.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I've never understood the fascination with seeking somebody's autograph.
Maybe when I was a little kid, I did. As an adult, I've never once asked for an autograph.
We had John Cena 13 years ago. We took a picture for social media, and I said hello. I shook his hand.
Autographs are weak sauce.
I also think if you are the celebrity, you're not out of line by saying no to an autograph seeker if that seeker is an adult. You're a jerk if you do it to a kid.
The worst.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The markets are once again near record highs, but only after a steep 20% drop in April. So many investors are afraid of missing out on market growth that they forget the cardinal rule of investing: buy low and sell high.
Carl Beckers.
Marilyn Beckers, Malvern, Pennsylvania. Now that the market is high, it is the perfect time to get into crash-proof retirement.
Being with Crash-Proof Retirement this year allowed us to earn 13% and as high as 20% returns on our investments.
A gain on Wall Street is only on paper. With Crash-Proof, your interest is credited to the account, it becomes part of your principal, and it never goes backward.
There is a proven path to market-like returns without any of the risk. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, August 20th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Life's unpredictable and full of unknowns, but your vehicle shouldn't be. No one wants to face an unexpected repair that could derail their plans and budget. That's why we're introducing CarShield, the ultimate way to future-proof your ride. We're not just about fixing problems, we're about preventing financial surprises. You can get a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan designed to save you from out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Imagine driving with complete peace of mind, knowing that if something goes wrong, you'll pay almost nothing for covered repairs. Included in every plan is free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. This protection plan is at an all-time low, making it accessible to any driver. Don't wait for a breakdown to realize you need coverage. Invest in the future of your vehicle and your wallet today. Call CarShield now for your free quick quote. Call 800-220-6409. That's 800-220-6409. Future-proof your ride. Call CarShield now, 800-220-6409, 800-220-6409. Again, 800-220-6409.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show Farming with us. A couple things. One, the sex toy stuff in the WNBA. Now a bunch of crypto bros are the ones saying they're behind that. They're getting some, street cred by doing this? My goodness. The other thing is, thank you for the clarification. I was wondering why there are three with this girl wronged playing against, in one place it says Colonial School District, then it says Plymouth White Marsh. Plymouth White Marsh High School is in Colonial School District. That's right. Thank you. By the way, I was coming out of a Giant yesterday. One of my political sources out Montgomery County stops me and still complaining about the Plymouth Whitemarsh nuts and how they were going to cancel July 4th. So wherever we go, there's Monday, I can hardly wait to meet Secretary Bessent over at the Mint. The Mint is a curious place. I've been there several times, and I thought they were going out of business. I'm not sure what they're minting. Is the penny still a thing, or is the penny finally gone? I like the penny. I don't know why we'd want to get rid of the penny. People get on a thing about the penny. Come on. But he's going to be on the show on Monday, and he has been a star of this administration. I mean, the stuff that he's engaged in. Here is Bessent, though, talking about President Trump, and I'll bring this up with him on Monday. This is cut 7, talking about Trump is the ultimate executive. He is kind of like Terminator 2. Here's what he said.
It's not uncommon with key folks in the White House staff and the cabinet. What's it like working for you?
Well, I can tell you, it's 21/7.
Yeah.
It's 21/7. The president is a cyborg, half man, half machine. And he, not only does he have incredible energy, he has incredible ideas. He's very engaged in first principles. Why do we do this way? Why was this built? And I was in Stockholm it all runs together. I was in Stockholm last week, Monday and Tuesday, negotiating with the Chinese, and he said, well, call me on Monday and tell me how it went. I said, well, we're pretty good, but there's this one problem. And he said, well, why don't you just do this? And that was too obvious.
Right. Yeah.
Right? But I mean, the wheels are always going. He can multitask like crazy. I mean, he's really the ultimate executive, and he's always thinking.
Look, at times Trump will say something where we go, well, wait a minute now. This is a good tradition. There's a reason for this, et cetera. Thinking out loud. He talks out loud. But by doing that, to Bessent's point, a lot of things that we were just doing and saying, yeah, we're just doing, get changed. Or he tries to, and then all hell breaks loose. But it's not all chaotic. Even though I think the tariff stuff in the beginning, was not rolling out smoothly. So he'll be on Monday. I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I hope to meet with him also to give you a feel of this. He is the point person that Wall Street and others recognize, and when he speaks, it's very helpful. All right, let's go to David in Lexington, South Carolina. Hi, David.
Hey, Dom. Happy Friday. How you doing?
Good, David.
Hey, next time you go to Giant, man, give me some of them sticky buns and send them down to me here. I miss them.
Yeah, you think Giant's got good sticky buns? I'm not exactly sure. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah. And, real quick on the parent thing, think about how many problems in society would be cured with good parenting.
Well, right. I mean, we have a dead child, so I'm treading lightly. But, we don't need more laws. Parents just got to say, no, you're 11 and 12. You can't be on an e-scooter.
Right. So my side question today is this show was the ultimate show to break the fourth wall, Green Acres.
Why? Why breaking the fourth wall? What do you mean?
Oh, like they would do the credits. They would actually see the credits and things like that, or different things like that. So it was like that fourth wall where you're not supposed to acknowledge you're actually a TV show. There's not not a crowd watching you.
Yeah. I've seen the show. I just wanted you to clarify. Thank you, David. A good one. All right, we got some very good ones I see on Twitter too. Hit us with something that is related to farming, either the person, the farmer, the movie, TV show, whatever it might be, something out there that's popularized about it. All right, we're going to talk with Ryan Walters. This guy's the up-and-comer, almost Secretary of Education in Oklahoma. 1:15, we'll talk with him. He has a test that if you're not from a red state, you take to see your ideology. I'm going to let him lay this out. We'll see if we like it or not. We're also going to talk with Linda Kearns because the White House, the Trump administration, has demanded to see all the voter registration records for Pennsylvania. Why are they doing that? We'll see if she has any thought. Here she's headed to Graceland, too. Henry tells me, oh, my God. Is this going to be like Springsteen? Well, it's only my 10th trip to Graceland. And don't forget Mulligan's. Behind the scenes, we're working to bring you incredible people there. A lot of balls, a lot of things are in motion, including that lie detector. I did speak with Pat Malloy. He's working on it. I think Henry should be on it first. Oh, I don't know if he'll be there or not. If he were there.
If I were there.
Yeah.
I threw a football in the parking lot last night.
Okay. All right.
Don't think I hit 40.
Well, I think you could throw 40. But we'll put some people on the lie detector test. Roe believed, though, that Dan and Henry were right, that if the woman had cigarette or coffee breath, they might reject her. I'm not believing that. Not even in the slightest. And every guy listening deep down is going, yeah, you're right. Come on. They're not doing that. All right, so we'll have a lot of fun. You know, it's our summer White House, noon until 3. And then Rich is over at his happy place, the Grand Hotel in Cape May. It's only a few miles apart. No radio station is putting together stuff like this. All right, the Inquirer goes after Scott Presler again. I'll tell you why. It's never ending. That's straight ahead. And your calls. And a little bit later, we'll talk with the lawyer for that girl who was completely wronged having to run against a guy, then disciplined for it right here in our suburbs, and told that you don't have full privacy rights. If a male wants to be getting a shower and they're trans there, you don't have 100% privacy. In what universe is this woman a judge? All right, 855-839-1210.
One more time, Zeoli Army. We get to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May for our final summer broadcast at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey on Friday, August 15th, 3 to 7 p.m. You don't need a ticket. You don't need a reservation. The show is free. So come on by 3 to 7 p.m. Friday, August 15th at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Let's make some final summer memories together. I'll see you August 15th.
Another scorcher, and your patio is still too hot to use? It's time for a Sunsetter retractable awning. At Douglas L. Gibson Enterprises, we install custom retractable awnings from Sunsetter, America's best awning. Whether it's more shade, UV protection, or just a cooler space you'll actually use, every Sunsetter awning we install is protected with up to a 10-year all-weather warranty. Plus our exclusive 5-year labor warranty, even covering storm and wind damage. Go to dlgibson.com and schedule your discovery consultation today. That's dlgibson.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike,
Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
All right, it is Dom time. So the Inquirer neglects mightily it's their practice not to tell us that Mikey Sherrill has stepped in it by endorsing the goals, endorsing what the commie running for mayor of New York would like to do. And then they try to deconstruct Jack Ciattarelli. Is he going full MAGA this time? The New Jersey Unites rally is in Seaside Heights on Saturday. Scott invited me to it. I don't think Roe and I can go. And then they try to deconstruct, well, the biggest tell of this with Jack is not so much just his Trump love, but that Presler is involved. Presler may help motivate Trump loyalists to show up in a year the president isn't on the ballot. So Scott Presler is like the Trump surrogate now. Jack is plugging in Presler since Trump's not on the ballot. Presler's made a name for himself nationally as a mega voter registration activist who takes credit for helping swing Pennsylvania. Well, he did. A social media celebrity who shares updates on his weight loss. He does. So what? It's fun. God knows what he'll say on Monday. Democrats, meanwhile, point to Presler's past involvement with efforts to overturn the 2020 election. The upcoming rally demonstrates Ciattarelli's embrace of the party's MAGA win this election. He's betting that even though Democrats have an 800,000 voter registration advantage, Ciattarelli's rightward swing could be a gamble, but he's betting it will pay off if he shifts right. Well, I guess the Inquirer hasn't noticed how many people have bet and moved back away from blue, away from Mikey Sherrill, away from the Democrat Party. One sad note, too, I got two Giordano namesakes out there. Giordano's over in 9th Street is closing after 105 years. Owner Wally Giordano talks about how times have changed and the producer, both retail and wholesale, just can't keep going. The other guy sent me a card of Giordano Landscaping and asked, did they do edging? I hope not. No edging. Giordano Landscaping. Don't show up. Just say, no, we don't edge. We'll do everything immaculately. We're anti-edging. But Giordano's on 9th Street closing after 105 years. I remember the moment when Joey Vento started railing about illegal immigration, particularly over in the 9th Street area, et cetera. And I'm thinking, what the heck is Joey Vento talking about? And then I was down there, then we started to see the whole thing play out. So it really has changed, but what a landmark. 105 years of Giordano's right there in the heart of 9th Street. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210. All right, Dan, what's yours? Farmer or farm in a movie or film? What do you have?
Superman.
That's right, Smallville, one of your favorites. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
Take Superman off the board. And how about a really good dystopian TV show that I highly suggest individual or all our listeners watch from Apple TV called Silo?
We have people saying they don't know whether it's real or not, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a mystery as to whether they're being kept in a silo because there's outdoors that is unlivable because of radiation, and you're trying to figure. It's a really good mystery show, and it's a whole society that takes place in a silo, but they have 2 levels that are just straight farms, and what they do is when individuals pass, they bury them and create food from them.
Right.
Yes, in the farm, in the silo.
DJ's wife, Erin, loves that show. She gives us silo updates. So
she watched Fallout, too?
I don't know about Fallout.
Oh, you should tell her to if she hasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
but Silo is really good.
All right, so there's a lot of them. National Farm Day. Jump on board. One other thing, and I'll get maybe Henry or Dan to see if we get him back on. I've had some of the best debates ever in talk radio, because we don't talk over top of us, but it's ferocious, with Wendell Young. Now, Wendell Young is the person who, it's the United Commercial Workers, supermarket workers, and stuff like that. But he also represents the people who work in state stores. And I'm thinking about this because Dan is a fan of this. I don't know why, but a lot more people are. There's a bill in the House that would legalize wine, beer, and things like that if they're bought online. In other words, apparently so many people are shopping, which I think is a pain, to be sitting there looking at a screen and judging an avocado or the type of tomato. Dan, how many errors do you get when you and Maisie do that?
Not many.
Shopping?
Not many.
Not many?
We only had one replacement. We just placed an order 2 days ago.
Yes.
Our chicken sausage, which replaced with links of turkey sausage.
Yeah, see what I mean? Well, if you were at the store...
Oh, come on. That's not too bad.
What? It's a pain.
They taste
I
the
had to
same
go back
turkey and
go
chicken
through this.
sausage.
If I'm going to the store, turkey, chicken, move on.
Yeah. So what we found out, though, with the grocery shopping is that during the summer, it kind of sucks.
Why is that?
During the school year, it's great. Because our theory is that during the summer, it's a bunch of high school kids that are shopping for your food. And they don't care what the good produce looks like. But then you have the old retirees that, shop during the school year. And they know what to look for. They give you the good broccoli and the good peppers.
Yeah, so you're relying on other people to make all these choices.
But why not delivery for alcohol?
Oh, yeah, right. No, I'm on board with it.
Oh, you are?
Oh,
okay.
yes.
Okay.
This is part of my lifelong goal. And this is one. One would be not a Democrat mayor in Philadelphia. Okay. One would be the ouster of Larry Krasner. That could happen. One would be to be the Grand Marshal in the Italian-American Columbus Day Parade. That's on the list. That could happen.
One would be to finally convince people that it's gravy, not sauce.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
I have that. The list gets bigger every day. But one of them is to get rid of the state stores, to get rid of the LCB. So there's a big bill, and they look like they're getting traction. Wendell Young is the guy standing in the schoolhouse door on this. And people, when they do, as Dan and Maisie do, shop online, they'd like to buy wine, beer, various forms of alcohol that you can buy in the store. And this guy is hell-bent. We can't have this. So this bill would grant the right to beer distributors, enhance the state's online ordering process by offering another mechanism for local delivery from state stores. In addition, it includes safeguards to prevent underage access, etc. Well, what's happening here is slowly but surely, we are seeing a breakdown of this nonsense. We're the last state that does this. I've made the point so many times. No one thinks that we should have to shop for this matter. You ought to be able to just go and buy beer and alcohol in all kinds of places, not just state stores, just like they do in other states. And this archaic mechanism that protects state store jobs is what's doing it. And this is a way that's starting to break it down because people like this. Why can they not when they're doing it all? Look, Republicans should try to be the convenience party. Whoever is the convenience party, whoever's the Wawa party, whoever makes it more convenient, that's your pitch. And Democrats are not going to do that. They want federal workers, state workers. They want to complicate things. So let's see if they oppose, and I think they are opposing it. It would legalize wine, beer, and online orders like that. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk with Ryan Walters. I think he was almost the Secretary of Education. He is from Oklahoma. Now, I usually am supportive of what he does. He has a test, and we'll give you what the test is like. If you're from a blue state and you want to be a teacher in Oklahoma, you have to pass this test because they're suspect of your ideology and everything else. I got a couple of other things to ask him, too. But the phone lines are 855-839-1210. Today, we award the $50 gift card to Harv's, Gallows, and Harv's Burger Bar. Thank you, Jim Harvey. To the winner, we'll have the Money Melody for a $50 gift card. Wow. Just jump in now. Get yours in there now. Coming up, too, want to talk about Washington, how violent Washington is, and my theory why people are victims of this violence, even if they're in the center of But it's kind of like the palm tree theory. And I'll explain. People get mesmerized that they're in Washington. They forget. Look at your surroundings. Look at the people around you. Do they look like they might attack you? If you think they might, get away from them. All that straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210.
This was viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries. Yeah, French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. We're going to farmland, Oklahoma. Or is that a story? I've been to Oklahoma City, many, many years ago. But we often have on the show Oklahoma Superintendent of Schools, Ryan Walters, the ultimate up-and-comer. I think the New York Times has a Walters desk just to find things to attack him on. The latest, is there really a test if you're coming to Oklahoma from a so-called blue state or city to take to show that you're not going to bring all that to Oklahoma? Let's go to the superintendent here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ryan, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome back. Yeah, we'll have to have you back in Oklahoma City since it's been so long. We'd love to have you.
All right. I'm going to mark that one. What's the main attraction other than the basketball team in Oklahoma City?
Yeah, so we have the Thunder, and the entire kind of area of downtown Oklahoma City is built around the Thunder Arena. So we have Bricktown down there. It's this really nice area. We have the stockyards that are there. Awesome, best steak places in the world down here. So, yeah, we'd have to go get a steak downtown for sure.
All righty. So do you have a test now? Because usually I'm 100% there. But this one seems, wow, you're really stretching this. Is there a test of new teachers if they're coming from blue states?
Absolutely. So what we looked at was about 6 months ago, Gavin Newsom came out and said, we're not just going to talk about 27 genders and kind of this anti-Americanism. We're going to force every teacher to be trained and require them to teach that gender is fluid and there are 27 genders. And we started looking at this going, so listen, if you're in the state of Oklahoma, we require you to take a civics exam to support that you're going to go into the classroom, you're going to understand the American government, the American Constitution. And we said, if we're going to bring in folks from blue states, well, my goodness, they have to be able to show us, first of all, they understand the American form of government, how it works. But secondly, because they are now requiring these teachers to be indoctrinated into this gender radicalism, we said, listen, they're going to have to show us that they will not come in and teach that nonsense in the classroom. So we also added a biology component to go, listen, if you're going to come in here and teach gender fluidity, that goes against our standards that are state law. It is law requiring kind of how our standards are taught. So you can't come in and teach if you're going to violate state law.
So I get that. I get when I thought it was overall ideology. This is more things that are scientific, factual when we're talking about gender.
Correct, yes. So we have the biology portion, and then we have the American form of government, which is the very citizenship exam. And it is, are you going to be able to teach these concepts in accordance with state standards in the classroom? Here's how they're to be taught. Can you answer these questions appropriately? And if they can't, yeah, we're not going to have them in the classroom because, again, that we have worked very hard to have the best history standards in the country, the best science standards in the country. And if they're going to come in and say, yeah, actually, we learned it different and we're not going to be able to do that, then they're not welcome in Oklahoma.
Makes sense. Choice in Oklahoma. You and I talked on my podcast about this, the big, beautiful bill. I would assume your governor will gladly accept that money. And what kind of difference will it make?
Oh, it's going to be huge. I mean, listen, this was a huge promise fulfilled by President Trump because here's the reality. He's done more to improve education than any president in American history by abolishing the Department of Education. We are a long way there towards that goal.
Well, let me interrupt and say you were definitely one of the contenders, at least I heard. Would you have accepted that because you're going to go into a job where you're going to try to abolish it and your job?
I know, it's beautiful. I got to talk to the president about it multiple times, and yeah, I mean, he was very clear about that. That was the goal, and I mean, and they've moved right forward toward it. So, but the second part of his education plan that was brilliant was, listen, we're going to eliminate this Department of Education, But here's the other thing: is you still have kids that are trapped in bad schools in blue states across the country. So how do we make sure that everyone's got school choice? And he fought for it and got it through the Congress there. And so, yeah, blue states, red states alike, it doesn't matter how bad your governor is, you now are going to have an opportunity to have access to these funds. And so, yeah, I hope that we're going to continue to see this. I hope it's all in all 50 states. But President Trump has given all states the ability to do this, so I think it's huge.
Ryan, just as a matter, you're a tactician, a strategist, too, on all these things, and a real player, as you said, your conversation with President Trump. We just had here in the Philadelphia area a federal judge yesterday tell a girl she had no recourse. She had to run against a male, and she had no 100% privacy rights. As a trans male, he's under fire. He had some privacy, some rights in the locker room or the changing room or the bathrooms. How do we approach this, or do you take my view, which is, as outrageous as it is, they're going to keep on doing it. This is going to go through the midterms, and it's still going to be an issue, and this issue rouses voters. It gets some reluctant voters to come and vote.
And even folks like Gavin Newsom try to point, then he has to run back to the position because, I mean, his base is just so crazed that he can't withstand, a common sense position over there and be a Democrat. And look, I think they are absolutely crushing themselves electorally, and President Trump has done a tremendous job of building this new coalition for the Republican Party. You've got working class Americans, you've got Hispanic Americans, you have African Americans. I mean, all across the board voted in record numbers for President Trump because, again, he had a very common sense, very direct, very pro-American message that crossed all the kind of demographics. And the Democrats are going to continue to put themselves in a position where, look, the only way they can win an election is stealing it, because they are basically building out this coalition against them of folks of all backgrounds who love the country, who go, I mean, my goodness, you can't vote Democrat. I mean, have you lost your ever-loving mind? And, I mean, they've really put themselves in this position where their base has become so radicalized, they run the risk of not being able to win a general election unless they go in and steal it.
Couldn't agree more. Where do we find all things Ryan Walters? Where do we find you?
Yes, sir. RyanWaltersForOklahoma.com is where we try to keep all of our updates going. I'm very active on Twitter. I got into back and forth with Gavin Newsom again the other day. So, we have a lot of fun on Twitter as well as Ryan Walters on Twitter. So I appreciate you guys very much, and thank you guys for having me on.
Thank you, Superintendent. To be continued. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
All right, this guy is an up-and-comer here, Ryan Walters. I think we've had him on a dozen times because he's always on top of stuff. Now a test, and he does go back and forth on Twitter quite a bit with Gavin Newsom. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. At 2 o'clock, we're going to talk. I think we talked with this lawyer before. The lawyer for the girl from the Quakertown area has to run an event with a male, and then afterward, as I remember the story, doesn't like it, is not going to celebrate, and she's right, shake hands and all. Oh, no, I mean, based on what? I don't know if she said something like, that wasn't fair. You shouldn't be running in this. And for that, at least they threatened to discipline her. You're not allowed to say that when it's obvious. But the judge yesterday, Wendy Beetlestone, actually saying in the judgment, as far as the claim about changing in locker rooms and bathrooms and all that stuff, you don't have a 100% right to privacy if you're the female in this case. Just think about this. They will not give it up on this. They still think they're winning on this, or people are going to rouse. The last election didn't sink in with this. And the average person who maybe doesn't follow politics and all the nonsense going on constantly, they hear this. I still think this is the low-hanging fruit. Athletic competition, females, bathrooms, changing rooms, Riley Gaines, Paula Scanlon. They hear it, and the last election is proof of it. It galvanizes people to get out and vote. Maybe like no other issue. They're offended by the craziness of this. They're going to continue, at least. Gavin Newsom has been all over the place. He at least had to try. He senses it. You're not going to win with this stuff. And then, as I said, the New York Times jumps in and starts lecturing. Why do conservatives always talk about this stuff? Don't you have something else to talk about? Well, stop doing it and we will. I told you the Sydney Sweeney ad. New York Times, huge piece. They went through most of Twitter saying that really people on the left were not bringing up eugenics and the genes. It was people on the right. That's not true. They brought it up. They were playing with a joke, and they brought it up. All right, the Trump administration now has moved on Letitia James with a grand jury there, and rightfully so, around some of her extracurricular activities. The Attorney General of New York. We'll see how that plays out. And, of course, Pam Bondi on the Russiagate stuff with potential grand jury, maybe indictments. There's a lot that's in play around that. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Washington. I think everybody, whether you were a kid or you took your kids or you went to Washington, and one of the reasons why there's such concern, let's go through them. It's the nation's capital. Capitals of other countries do not have the type of crime rate that we have in Washington, D.C., the capital of the greatest country in the world. Now, one of the things I think happens, it's like you're in the third world. You're in the Caribbean some places, palm trees all around, and you forget yourself. You don't look around and see that there's any number of menaces that are there. I think somewhat the same thing happens in Washington. People are going around, they're in the tourist areas, they're in the monuments, and it seems pretty safe. Last time Dan and I were there, we're on the blocks right near the White House and all. But even there, or shortly off there are all kinds of people. And what Washington has, they're trying to put this memo out there that crime is down a lot. What they've always had and what they have now are juveniles, maybe as young as 14, 15, 16, in that range, who are out of control, carjackings, muggings, attacks. So we have the Doge guy the other night get attacked, coming to the rescue of a woman. Trump, at midnight last night, did put more federal law enforcement in there. And what's the reaction of Democrats? Authoritarianism. You're racist for engaged in this. Tell me if you've been to Washington. Or is there another place where you feel, a bit uneasy? It's not a place that, you should be with me. I'm paranoid about most places. And I have a sense you can't let your guard down. You're never in a completely safe place. Yeah, it feels okay around here, but keep aware of people in your vicinity. Keep aware of the vibe. Keep aware of people that are looking like they might attack someone, rob someone. So when you go to Washington, the other thing is, too, you make a wrong turn. You have car trouble, and we don't have familiarity. Washington's not just downtown Washington. It's got very high crime neighborhoods. If you're in the Philadelphia area, when you're in Center City, when you're in a place that's relatively safe, if you're in Chestnut Hill, and then you have a sense of some other areas that are really unsafe. But you don't know your surroundings when you're in Washington. So watch for this to play out. And this guy kind of galvanized it by being attacked, but it's always been there. And Trump is trying to do something about it. And it's going to be a continuous issue. Their argument is, no, he's just sending in people just like ICE to rough people up, attack people. As I understand it, when all this went down with the Doge guy, there was a police vehicle in the near proximity, and still the attack happened. The police are not going to be able to come to your rescue all the time. Doesn't matter if they're there or not. Dan, you remember, I think it was when the Eagles won. Yeah, it wouldn't have been 2017. If they won the Super Bowl, you want to know about taking SEPTA home with Maisie. We went through that whole thing. What would be your order of doing something? And the bottom line is that, you got to weigh everything. I know people get in their head, well, you can be aboard SEPTA. You're headed with hundreds of people to the ballpark. I can somewhat buy into that. But many times, there's a risk. Remember, you're in Larry Krasner's Philadelphia. Remember the crime statistics, no matter what they say. Crime's always going down. That on CNN last night, they put up all kinds of statistics. Why is Trump complaining about this? Crime is going down. And the point is, it's not down to pre-COVID levels. And two, it's incredibly high for the capital of the United States. All right, phone lines are easy.
It's also going unreported more often.
Probably, too. Yeah, a lot of people figure, why report it? Why engage in it?
Not only that, I mean, you've created an environment where there's less cops to police this kind of stuff.
Right.
And you've also created an environment where a lot of times, I hate to say, but cops are put in a crappy position where they have to be the judge jury in the situation, because are they going to arrest someone for a small crime in fear that that person says that maybe they got physical, or it's a tough situation for police out there, and we know who created that situation. So
yeah. So when you're going on a trip to Washington, at any moment you could intersect with this stuff, even if you're in what appear to be tourist zones. I'm not saying in broad daylight, but it's random. Where this happened, we had an intern killed just recently in Washington, an intern for one of the Congress people, and it wasn't in an area that's incredibly suspect. So why in the world would Democrats be in opposition to this? Because they don't like where it points. And look, taking over the District of Columbia, I don't care if they do or don't. Bottom line is, not buying it that crime is down. We hear this in Philadelphia, the Inquirer and Krasner constantly. Why do you keep on talking about this? Crime is down. Is it? Is it down that spectacularly? And shouldn't we be about trying to stop this rather than pat on the back and pretend it's not violent? All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in with Dom, Dan, and Henry on Talk Radio 1210.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
A quiet weather pattern with low humidity remains in the forecast through the weekend. Mixture of sunshine and clouds today with a high temperature below average at 84. Another comfortable night tonight, mostly clear, low 64 for the city, 50s out in the suburbs. And for Saturday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, a bit warmer with a high 86.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Noticing Johnny Z down at Mulligan's is counting down the seconds until Linda Kearns is on today. He has that on Twitter, and he's got the big signage up, even a little early, only 1 week out. We'll be back at Mulligan's. I think we've been to Mulligan's. This may be like the 10th time. If I can make it up to that, because that gives me a theme. 10, something with 10. I've been looking for a theme. There you go.
Yeah, is anyone really
Yeah, that's right.
It is the 10th time.
It is the 10th time.
Is it actually the 10th time? Or are you?
Well, the first time was with Mayor Pete. We've been through several administrations. Then the next year, we did 3. Then I think we did 4 because Kelsey Grammer came to one. Then last year, we did. So it's either 10 or 11.
Was Pete there for the first, or was it Ernie?
It was Pete.
Okay.
Yeah, he was the architect that started it. Then we kind of coaxed him into it. He gave me that giant clock built out of the wood.
The reason why I asked is the relationship that I had initially was with Ernie's people. And then I feel like Pete kind of
really good with Pete. We were antagonistic because we accused him of shutting down the roads to get to the Trump event. And he wasn't. He was not at all. He was the greatest benefactor. Let's call it the 10th. All right, John, you may want to put a big 10 up there, because then I can play with 10 in all kinds of ways. All right. So it's at least 10. We can call it at least 10. And Linda will be here, too. And we have great people coming, as always. I know Joe Conklin will be there a week from today. It's a lot of fun to actually meet the people, interact in some of the wild things like gravy and sauce. And Kelsey Grammer may be back with us. We're working on it behind the scenes. That day with him was as good as anything that we've done. Just spectacular. Great food, though. It's a great spot. Stop in before we get down even this Friday around that. And there have been some unbelievable moments. Last year, one of the great moments when Bob Kelly jumped up and said drinks for everybody at the bar. We were just finishing up talking with him, and suddenly people came out of the woodwork. All right, let's go to Robert in Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hi, Dom Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today, and I'll keep it fairly quick. For the side answer, I'm going to go with, we always think of the overalls and the plow horse and the tractor, but I'm going to go a little bit outside the box and pick the guy who had the burlap bag and the donkey. I'm going to go with Juan Valdez,
yes,
the spokesperson and farmer for Colombian coffee. He wasn't associated with a specific brand. He just promoted Colombian coffee. But I always remember that commercial.
Well, I'm going to see you a Juan Valdez, and I'm going to raise you a Frank Perdue chicken on the farm. Yeah.
Orville Redenbacher.
Yeah, there you go.
The scientist behind popcorn.
There you go.
I appreciate you, Tom. You have a great day and a great weekend, man.
Thank you. Thanks, Robert, very much, too. All right. So, these are good ones. It's National Farmer Day. You can get in with that. Linda, today, this ongoing battle, and I think that's why Johnny tweeted this out. People still concerned about fraud, the 2026 election cycle. And this is another indication the Trump administration not resting. They're calling upon Pennsylvania. Well, I guess we'll have to get Al Schmidt back on to release their voter registration information. They're going at the states that are really going to matter here. I think 12 of them. And that means they want to see what they're doing. How updated are their list? Are there any things in here that are suspect? What's wrong with that? Just provide the information. They haven't answered as far as I've seen, or they've said, well, what's here to see? You're just trying to provoke all kinds of speculation again. So the midterms are already underway. And I think our friend Scott Jennings, who was in for Politics and Pints, here's Jennings last night. This is cut 6, Henry, making the point. I'm not in full agreement with this, but I let him make the point of what's going to determine what happens in the midterms. Here's Scott.
Prices did go up massively during the Biden administration. They went up to a huge number. Now inflation, core inflation, has come down. It was a little below market expectations, in fact. As you noted, some prices are up for some things. Some prices are down for others. Gas prices are, in fact, down. The president is just now implementing his economic strategy. He's got his trade strategy. The Congress just implemented the big, beautiful bill, setting tax rates, making them permanent, extending other tax cuts to working class Americans. They're going to have a year and a half to implement this strategy and see if it works. And what happens in next year's elections will largely turn on whether the American people believe we are on the correct trajectory. Not that they're necessarily expecting everything to be solved at that moment, but if they think we're on the right path, that his policies are a better trajectory than the Biden policies, I think Republicans have a chance to outkick their
All right. So I agree with some of that. And I think a lot of people do. The no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime. Real wages are up. But remember, these things are not just facts on a spreadsheet. It's about how people feel about all this stuff. How's the country gone? Right track, wrong track, all that stuff. Governor Abbott has said now he wants to pry loose with redistricting 8 congressional seats. Look, this is bare knuckle stuff. This is how it works. Politicians try to set maps when they win elections in states, and if people don't like it, they can vote against them. So why in the world is this suddenly so different in Texas? If California wants to retaliate and try to X out a few more Republicans, okay, let them go ahead. Let's see what happens. But Democrats are trying to pretend in the media that this is just a Republican thing, when you know that it's not. You know what's going on here. Let's go to Lynn in Prospect Park. She's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lynn.
Hey, how are you doing? There's signs up that they're consolidating precincts for voting in Prospect Park,
okay,
Ridley Park, and Chester. I don't exactly know what that means.
Oh,
but
so
it just is concerning. They're consolidating precincts, and the hearing for that to go through is August 14th at the Media Courthouse. I'm just wondering if it's something we should be concerned about.
I'm glad you brought it to my attention, Lynn. We have Linda Kearns coming up at 2:30. I'll ask her about that. So consolidating these. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I also emailed a picture of the sign to James Kelly.
Right. Oh, Jim Kelly. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Now we're going to get action here. Yes.
Yeah, no,
okay.
actually, the Inquirer just did an article on this as
Did
well.
they?
So, it just came out, so I'll print it out and get it to you in a second.
Okay, well,
I emailed him a picture of the sign that had the all the information on it.
Well, Lynn, you know what? It made my day because that's what we encourage in talk radio. We can't know everything. You're on the spot. You see it. Then we try to run it down, and Dan will give me the article. And I might ask Linda Kern to look into it. Kearns, if she's unaware of it, she's here at 2:30.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Linda, very much. I just saw this, that we're seeing that the red states are slashing tuition breaks for illegals. This has got to be, Jack Chettarelli brings this up more in the campaign. Why in the world do you get in-state tuition and all that type of stuff if you're here illegally? You should not. We've been through this. You can have an American kid wanting to go to college in Jersey. Don't ask me why, from Pennsylvania. They're just over the border, just over the Walt Whitman, Ben Franklin, right? Why can they not do that? And yet somebody who's here illegally and in-state can. Thanks, Dan. Delco is considering consolidating voting precincts to save money. Here's what to know. Uh-oh. Yeah, think of who's control in the progressive women out there. They say that voters in 2 Delaware County precincts just barely outnumbered the 5 poll watchers that site hired to usher them through the primary voting process. So why is Delaware County consolidating precincts? It has 428 voting precincts. That amounts to roughly 1 precinct for every 953 voters. Nearby Montgomery County has 426, equating to 1 precinct for every 1,445 voters. You know, I'm glad that people are, I mean, this could be an innocent thing, but given the people that are doing it, Delaware County progressives, something I'll ask Linda Kearns her opinion of. Does this happen often? 2:30. So thank you, Lynn. All right, we'll take more of your calls coming up. And at 2 o'clock, really want to take you inside this decision. And will the Supreme Court take it up now? The young woman from Quakertown forced to run against a male. She doesn't like it, doesn't congratulate him. All hell breaks loose, lawsuit. And his mom, the male, says you're cruel if you oppose her son from running against girls. We're cruel in this. This is the tactic every time. They don't want to deal with the rationality of this. It's emotion. This poor kid, what's he going to do? And you know what the answer is? He ought to run against boys. It's pretty simple. Why should he be allowed to feel good about himself by beating up on girls? Comes back to this all the time. Leah Thomas was a mediocre swimmer. Against women, he was setting world records, or at least national records. 855-839-1210. Let's talk Dr. Bentz for a moment. You know, I've told you for about 10 years now about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. I'm thrilled to tell you great news that Dr. Bentz now is expanding his services and availability. That's because a new prosthodontist is joining the team in September. So if you're a patient, maybe you have complex dental issues, maybe you've been putting off the dentist for quite a while, or if you're a general dentist that could use some backup on complicated cases, Dr. Bentz, we've told you about him. Just a reminder, he is the #1 solutions provider. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years, and I'm happy with the progress that I've made with him. Electric toothbrush, water pick, different kinds of treatment. Told you about the dental implant. You'll get that same road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Just call now and schedule that appointment at 610-272-6949. Get the initial evaluation. You check Dr. Bentz out, you see what I'm talking about. 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com. That's BENTZ, dentalgroup.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Our Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation. South Philadelphia resident Charlie Ellison, thank you for your service, and first and foremost, thanks for being in studio.
Yeah, good morning.
For most of the vets that we interview, most have a family connection. You do not.
At 18 years old, as a young, dumb punk growing up in this area, I wanted to get away, to get some perspective in life. Thankfully, that worked out.
Charlie Ellison, great stuff, brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for having me. I appreciate it.
And when you go to shake Greg's hand, squeeze extra hard.
Definitely will.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you love interior design, vintage finds, and helping people style their dream spaces? Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield is hiring. They're looking for upbeat, design-savvy sales associates to join their team, full-time or part-time. If you're passionate about furniture, antiques, and making a sale, this is your dream job. Join a fast-growing showroom with amazing inventory and even better energy. Apply today at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Just click on the Employment tab under Contact Us. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield. Let's make interiors inspiring together.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A new mixed-use housing and medical facility opens in Camden with apartments for low-income seniors. Philadelphia authorities say they're not ready yet to start enforcing rules on mobile health care providers in Kensington. And Governor Josh Shapiro wants the Pennsylvania House to pass a transit funding bill in this weekend's session.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. I meant that. Lynn's call, clues us into stuff. We're constantly looking to see what's going on, particularly in our area. So thank you, Lynn. And when Linda Kearns is here, I'll ask her about that because, again, I may have seen it. I may not have. We're on to but we are hyper-focused on what happens around us, not just the national story. That's the bottom line, or anything that's interesting. By the way, Dan, just texting back and forth. We have Besant on the show, and the Besant person. Remember, I'm meeting him over at the Mint. If you want to go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. After the well, we'll have to work on.
You
this
get some peppermint or.
Yeah, that's right. That mint.
What kind?
His person says they love the idea of politics and pints.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. So I may have to tag in Dr. Oz. Have the two of them. Cabinet type of thing.
Well, with all the ladies passing out, you'd need them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, well, that's right. Right in the middle, and the guy's going, come on, Dom, you're going to have to cut it. I was up there 30 seconds, and a woman passes out. You can't cut my time. God. Dr. Oz looked pretty good jumping over those stanchions, though. All right, Wall Street Journal indicates this, Dan. I need your help. Nicotine stocks are soaring.
Oh.
Beer sales, though, are plummeting.
Yeah.
Why would that be?
Young people don't go out and drink. They
Okay.
just go vape.
It's the vaping then.
And they don't drink beer.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't drink beer.
Yeah.
What are they drinking?
Seltzers.
Mixed
Okay.
drinks.
Yeah.
The end of civilization here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a beer drinker either. I can't be critical of that. And Henry.
Yeah, these kids not drinking their red wine.
Why don't these kids want to drink $18 beers at the Eagles game?
Well, Henry thought in his mind he was economizing. He was drinking $14 beers last night.
Yeah.
Two of them, though, at the Eagles game.
Well, he also told me, though, afterwards he got $1 mixed drinks, so I feel like he counters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where was the mixed drink? $1.
Lucy's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, what kind of place
Did I
is that?
expose you there? I'm sorry.
We'll have to do
That's
a
fine.
remote from there. You're not getting $1 mixed drinks.
Where are you getting $1 mixed drinks anymore?
Yeah, no, it's a steal.
It's a steal.
Yeah, so you
Okay,
made
yes.
up for it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised I'm upright today.
All right. Coming up.
Hey, question.
Yes.
I'm sorry to not
go
bring it
ahead.
back to We were talking about the mint.
Yes.
Is cinnamon a mint?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll ask
no.
Scott Bessent that. Yeah. Cinnamon is not a mint, I don't think.
But it like classifies often like minty flavors, right?
I think cinnamon ought to be on tables. I love it that much. Yeah.
What?
Oh, yeah. I could put cinnamon on anything.
That's like a weird turn.
Yes.
Like what,
definitely.
eggs? You can put cinnamon on eggs?
I could put cinnamon on most things, I think.
Maisie loves her cinnamon, too.
Yeah.
Every time she makes a coffee.
We went to a place the other night we thought was Italian and it was Albanian. I know there was no there was a picture of Tito there.
Your breath must have smelled afterwards.
Well, they had half-price wine. See, Henry, I'm going to a place that was $11 a glass, but on Mondays it's $5.50. I might go for that.
Yeah.
You're drinking $14 beers. What's wrong with this?
Is there much difference between Italian and Albanian food? Isn't it like right next door to each other?
No, I think it must be the Albanian part that touches. Mentioned in my mind, they're big smokers.
They're across. They're just across the Ionian Sea from you.
Yeah, no, it was very close. It's very close to
Sea.
Italian, and the women looked Italian, even though they're Albanian. It's very close. Very hard to tell.
I mean, they're like Greece, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, get on board. We're going to talk with the attorney for this young woman who was wronged and is making national news. Will they go to the Supreme Court? And Linda Kearns is going to Graceland. But first, we'll break down what the Trump administration is doing with her. How did she feel about that, Henry? Did she lead with that? Oh, I'm going to Graceland, Henry.
Yeah, pretty much.
My God. What's worse, that or Springsteen? No, that's not as bad as Springsteen. If Springsteen had a house and everybody's going there, that would be bad. 855-839-1210. Get you on board. Let's get a winner this week, $50 gift card to Gallows, all in a big 2 o'clock hour.
In love with your car, but it's near the end of its lease? Hoping to avoid the headache of having to find a new one? With an auto lease buyout from American Heritage Credit Union, stay in your reliable set of wheels and make the most of your car's value. With this smart cost savings option, you'll enjoy no payments for the first 2 months and a low rate. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams.
Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
All right, it is Dom time. I think we talked with attorney Keith Altman a little bit of a while ago. He is the attorney for Holly and Aslin. Is that Magallano? He's the principal of K. Altman Law, a nationally recognized law firm specializing in student defense and complex cases around that. So he is a prime guy to take on a mess here that happened challenging both the Colonial School District and the PIAA. They ought to be ashamed of themselves for allowing a transgender Colonial District student to participate in the girls' cross-country and track meets, and this against a student from Quakertown. Keith joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Keith, welcome back to the show. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Dom. Thank you for having me. How are you?
Well, good, but I was pretty fired up yesterday. Knowing you were coming on, we could make some sense going inside this. This happened late in my show, and some of the comments of the judge on some of the issues like privacy are hard to believe. One question, as I remember when we spoke the last time, there was a threat that your client, the female, it's a different, okay. A colleague of yours, I guess, or another attorney that was involved in this, that discipline might be coming her way due to the fact that she may have made a remark after this defeat. Did any of that happen?
No, there was no discipline against the student here, so that certainly wasn't an issue.
Okay. So the issue here, what would you say is the biggest issue? Is it Title IX? Is it discrimination of some other sort?
Well, I think there's a question of science here. First of all, I want to be clear. We are fully supportive of LGBTQ rights, and I think that there are some complex issues that go along with that. But that being said, there's still a question of biology.
Mm-hmm.
One of the issues here that is just irrefutable is that males have physical attributes that exceed those of females. That's just simple biology here. And the feelings that somebody has in terms of how they identify, whether it's as a male or as a female, doesn't change the biology. And it just seems like the whole approach here is to say that biology doesn't matter anymore. For example, when I took the deposition of the individual from Colonial Schools, I said, tell me what the definition of a male is. And he said, a boy who identifies as a boy and a girl who identifies as a boy. And I said to him, so in other words, biology doesn't matter anymore. This is just simply about what somebody says. I'm a female, so that makes me a female. And that's just not the way it is. Our philosophy here is that you should be competing against your biology, and your designation of how you identify yourself should not give you what is a clear advantage.
The judge, or at least Keith, I don't know if you saw in the Inquirer, the other law firm that represents almost exclusively LGBTQ. I think they're the ones that said, "Oh, come on now, you guys, you're saying that any male then would have the advantage over any female." And I think you're not saying that, but you're pointing toward the advantages that are here that are usually pretty obvious and enough that you can't have a fair competition.
I think that's in fact true. And what's interesting is that under the alleged rules, a boy who identifies as a boy cannot compete on a girl's team, but a girl who identifies as a girl can compete on a boy's team if they possess sufficient skills to be competitive. And it's just an interesting how, to some degree, this whole thing is discriminatory against boys who identify as boys.
Now, as I understand, why are they doing that? The federal judge, Wendy Beetlestone, ruled in such a manner that your only recourse would be the Supreme Court. Is that what came down here?
Well, not the Supreme Court, but the next level would be the Third Circuit Court of Appeals.
Okay.
And it is our expectation that we will be appealing the case to the Third Circuit. And look, these are complex issues. I think that this is going to have to be resolved at the Supreme Court level. I don't know that our case will be the case, but we have been to the Supreme Court before. We had 2 cases there 2 years ago on terrorism issues, so we're not afraid of going to the Supreme Court. But I think at some point it is going to take the Supreme Court that's going to have to resolve these issues. They are complex, and there are a lot of unanswered questions. Like, for example, as kind of parallel to this, a boy who identifies as a girl and is therefore permitted to compete on the girls' athletic team, what do they do in terms of locker rooms? What do they do in terms of showers? What about the thought, is it going to be okay for a boy who identifies as a girl to say, I want to shower with the girls? And what about their feelings to have a biologic boy in their midst showering with them? Well, that's a really tough issue.
Keith, the Inquirer reported, though, there was something in here because I think the judge dismissed there was no showering or changing in front of each other. But I think somewhere in here they reported the judge said, well, privacy rights of these females are not 100%. What about the trans kids' rights in this since they're under fire?
That's a really tough question that, really wasn't at the basis of this complaint, because I don't have a good answer to that. I don't have a good answer to that question. It's a really tough it's a really tough problem.
I would answer it as a law school dropout and not a dad of a female, but I would say, Keith, a female has a 100% right to privacy in this manner and getting changed and showering and everything else. I mean, I would say that there's no way that they don't have a right to that.
Well, but then you can argue. But if that's if that's the case, that's where this whole issue comes into with competition.
Right.
Where do the rights go? But I think one thing is clear: biology is biology. Let me postulate this. A boy who identifies as a boy, he tries to get on the boys' team and is unable to make the boys' team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So then he just simply says, well, I'm a girl.
Right.
Now he gets to try out for the girls' team. Now, first of all, has he changed physically because he now identifies as a girl? Is there any physical difference between him? I suspect probably not. And now he gets to make a team with much lower performance than if he was on the boys' team.
Mm-hmm.
He's now eligible for scholarships.
Right.
Because why would he not be eligible for scholarships? And so, I think that you'll then see boys who may simply say they identify as girls to have more of an opportunity to get scholarships, which can be incredibly valuable. And if you start to see this happen, I think it's going to erode the ability of girls to compete and obtain athletic scholarships. And I think there's a potential to see a substantial degradation of the ability of girls to compete and obtain athletic scholarships.
Without a doubt.
Which would defeat the whole purpose. Would defeat the whole purpose.
A couple of other things here. The PIAA mentioned in this. Now, we know the state senator Rothman, who's the head of that, I still believe he is, has come on the show, and we've talked about that they made a change in who gets to decide this, the intermediary at the school level, due, I believe, to the Trump executive order. So what can you tell us about the PIAA? You would have thought that they would have helped out with this. Did they do anything to prevent this?
To the best of our knowledge, they did not. This was a decision made by Colonial, and the decision made by Colonial was simply respected by Quakertown.
Okay.
That Colonial said this is a girl, and Quakertown, felt they were not in a position to challenge that. And I just think that's generally a problem. It's almost like nobody really wants to take a stand here and put it straight out. But I think the PIAA has been very limited in terms of, I think they left the door open, but then left it to the school districts to make the decisions. But there is no doubt that this decision by Colonial has a disproportionate effect on girls versus boys. You're not going to see anybody complaining about a girl who wants to play
right.
up.
Exactly.
There's no complaints about that. Nobody sees, and nobody would think that's an issue about gender identity. They would just see it as a girl trying to get an opportunity to do what a boy does. I mean, for example, a girl who decides she wants to play football. God bless.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that has nothing to do with her being a girl. That has to do with her believing that she can compete on that level. One of the things that's supposed to be about athletics, it's supposed to be about excellence. I mean, you want to give fair opportunities to as many students to participate in athletics, but at the end of the day, it's about excellence. It's about people, shining. It's about people going beyond what the average student who doesn't participate. And this, and having this disproportionate effect here takes away from those opportunities.
Well,
it's got to be very.
That's what I like about this girl and her mom. They just didn't take this lying down. They got expert legal counsel, and you guys, your firm, because they believe in that. They want to compete at the highest level. That's the whole thing of Title IX. That's the whole thing of females. I've had on people on the Riley Gaines, Keith, and we've had on Paula Scanlon, and they were denied the right to do that, having a race against a male in Leah Thomas. We ought to be celebrating that females want to compete in that manner, and they just want to have a shot at excellence, not saying, well, honey, you're going to come in second or third. What's the big deal? So Keith, thank you again for coming on today. It takes a while, I guess, on appeal. Do you think 6 months to a year before we see something else?
Well, I suspect that, by the time we file the notice of appeal, there'll be scheduling. But I think that it's probably going to be a year.
Okay.
Before anything happens. So it's going to be a while. Everybody's going to be working hard on it. And I'm excited that we have the ability to be at the forefront of these issues. Because this is, as we say, we like to play at the bleeding edge. And this is most definitely the bleeding edge.
Absolutely. Keith, thank you very much. Thanks for coming on today.
Thanks for having me anytime. Take care.
All right. So this firm that they have, at least, is a powerhouse, apparently, nationally, even before the Supreme Court. We'll keep you informed as it continues. Hey, kudos to the girl and her mom for just saying, no, we're not just going to say, all right, what are we going to do? You can't fight City Hall. They are. And again, it's the same old story on this stuff. Several of these cases are churning. Which one will the Supreme Court take up? And I think the Supreme Court will say 6-3. Yeah, you got to be kidding me here. Gender fluidity. You're not going to compete against females. All right, we'll take your calls on that and also the side question. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
All right, spectacular prize today for Money Melody. Be quick. You're playing for a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood, one of Ro and my favorite spots, and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Henry or Dan?
Yeah, Dom. So
Okay.
Today the side question, we're asking for a piece of media
Yes.
related to the farm or farming.
Right.
So I'm going to give you, simply enough, a musical artist that owns a farm. He owns a farm down in South America. I won't exactly say where.
Really?
Yeah, owns a
I
farm
didn't
down
know
in
that.
South America,
All right.
a 1,000-acre farm.
Right?
Yeah.
Really?
And funny enough, he's renovating the whole thing. I mean, shocker. And you can actually rent it out on Airbnb.
What does he
Oh,
grow?
well,
do you
mention
know?
it down.
He,
yeah.
he just grows regular vegetables, fruits.
No
nothing
coca
crazy.
plants there, huh?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, so he has a farm down in South America. So I'm going to play him covering Led Zeppelin here. I want to know this cover artist.
Can I throw in a little factoid about this
Sure,
farm?
go right ahead.
Please.
Sure.
So he bought this farm down there in South America for $244 million. And Henry, I didn't know if you know this, but you could actually rent it if you want. It's
Yeah.
on Airbnb now.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
Oh, did you say that?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm obviously not listening then.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. Your witness. Your witness.
I don't want to-
Do you know how much what I was getting to is, do you know how much it was?
I didn't want to say it so that people would look it up.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to say it yet.
That's good.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Little
All
tease
right.
come back over the break.
Yeah, exactly.
I will say, I'll give one more hint about this guy. I feel like he's got a trademark sunglasses look to him.
Okay.
Always wearing sunglasses every time I see him.
We've never done as a side.
I've never
keep
seen
on
a guy without
glasses.
sunglasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to be so good for your health, but all right. Hit us with that. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I've never understood the fascination with seeking somebody's autograph.
Maybe when I was a little kid, I did. As an adult,
Yeah.
I've never once asked for an autograph.
We had John Cena 13 years ago. We took a picture for social media,
Yeah.
and I said hello. I shook his hand.
Autographs are weak sauce.
I also think if you are the celebrity, you're not out of line by saying no to an autograph seeker if that seeker is an adult. You're a jerk if you do it to a kid.
The worst.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. All right, so today's cover artist somehow or another has a farm in South America, among other things.
Did you know he's renting it out?
That's right.
Where have I heard that before?
We'll give you how much it cost.
Original thought of Dan there.
Anybody going to South America, we know from Seinfeld, is suspect. See, what was the accountant's name? Was it Barry? No, maybe it wasn't. It's coming to me. Yeah, it was an early one. All right, let's hear the clip.
It was very impressive.
All right, let's go to Justin in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Justin, who's covering it?
It sounds like Lenny Kravitz.
All right, Lenny Kravitz. And Henry, I put you on hold, Justin. Nicely played. Enjoy Gallows. What more can you tell us about the farm and how much?
One Leonard Kravitz owns a 1,000-acre farm in Brazil just outside of Rio. It's an 18th century coffee plantation, which he has been renovating over the past few years.
Okay.
And you can rent it on Airbnb.
Whoa!
For the low, low price of $3,655 a night.
Oh, my God. All right, that sounds like an apartment in New York. I mean, that's or a presidential suite,
But it is valued at $244 million.
To go to a
what?
plantation
Wait
in the
a
middle of
minute.
nowhere.
It's valued at $244 million.
Correct.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, it's
now,
beautiful.
Just a little point. If you're going to have something that valuable and you're having it in what I still would deem a third world country, do you know how chancy that is that they just say, we're seizing property or something like that, you know?
So you're saying someone's just going to run up on it at some point and be like, this is mine now.
Well,
it's a nice place.
I mean, the government.
Yeah.
The government.
Oh, you meant the government will do it.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking some sort of other
Now, Brazil
entity.
is not Venezuela, but, you know, I'd want to have something ironclad if it's worth $250 million in a place.
You want to know what's inside it?
Yes.
A transparent piano that belonged to Ingmar Bergman.
Okay.
An armchair that was owned by Andy Warhol.
Wow.
A master suite with a copper bathtub right next to the bed, so you can, roll out of bed right into the bathtub.
Oh, yeah. Of course you need that, yes.
A pond, a soccer field, a swimming pool, a studio, a complete gym, a massage room, and a barbecue area.
All right, this guy has too much money, doesn't know what to do with it, Why in South America? Why not California or something? I don't know.
Yeah, like I know, if you know the musical artist Waka Flocka Flame, he's got a farm in Alabama. I feel like that makes more sense.
Sure, Tom's very familiar with that.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Well, not his work, but Alabama farms. Yes. My God, in Brazil.
No Hands, great song.
I don't know who his advisor is, Lenny Kravitz, but I would think maybe a financial advisor might be called.
Imagine if I was like, I'm a connoisseur of Waka Flocka Flame.
Yeah. I've heard of it. Yeah, but I don't even know what the heck it is.
It's a man.
All right. Well, right. That's 855-839-1210. You get on board. All right. Sean Duffy doing a great job, I think, particularly on air traffic control, heading up U.S. transportation. We mentioned this the other day, Henry, and this is cut 11 I want to play. We talked and we called out, we praised the New Britain Police Department Because they said on August 25th, if you can't speak English and you're driving a truck through here, I'm not sure of the process. I'm trying to get to the bottom. They're going to pull you over. They're going to be asking you questions. I guess when you stop there at the truck stop, the weighing station, whatever you have to do, the inspection, here's what Duffy said they've already done at the national level and why. Now, you would think even Democrats would be on board with this. Should you be able to drive a truck if you essentially don't speak, understand English, flying down the highways with heavy loads, nitroglycerin, who knows? Here's Duffy.
How important is it for truck drivers to speak English in this country?
Listen, it's wildly important because this has been on the American books for decades. Because if you're pulled over or if you have a crash and you can't communicate with law enforcement or with first responders, it's a truly safety issue. Barack Obama, what he did is he took the teeth out of this rule of English only. We brought those teeth back to the pre-Obama era to go, we're going to put you out of service. We've taken 1,500 trucks out of service off the roads because the drivers couldn't speak English. And I think that's what the American people expect from us. English is the language of the United States of America. Right. And if you're going to get in a mobile missile, you should speak our language.
Yeah, you're flying down the highway in a truck. You know, God knows various road signs, other difficulties that are ahead, and your English is very limited or non-existent. Then he talked about some other things that can happen. How in the world do you let somebody behind the wheel? Is that bigotry? And it's been going on. And if you happen to be the person unlucky to get involved in a situation like that, hey, if you're not speaking English and doing this, how are you passing the various things you have to do to drive a truck? Is that in Spanish? That ought to be changed. It's got to be in English. That's it. Is it? I mean, come on. I need to hear from a trucker out there. How does someone pass and is certified as a truck driver? Or is it they're not certified as a truck driver? If they can't speak English well enough and communicate and know it, how do they get it? It can't be in our country. It's an international driver's like it can't be for trucks like that. How in the world, you got to tell us if you're a trucker. Do you know how we see all these ads on TV, learn how to drive a truck, that kind of thing. I mean, I've driven a bus. I wasn't a bus driver.
You ever drive in another country?
Did I ever drive? No, I don't think I have. No. I'm going through various countries.
We rented a car down in Aruba.
Right.
And all the road signs were like,
yeah,
they're all in Dutch. And
right.
It was like, what the hell am I
Well,
going?
did you drive?
What does left in Dutch mean? Yeah, I drove.
And were you allowed to drive?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. On the wrong side of the road. Yeah.
Yeah, I drove in Ireland last summer.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's in English. Yeah.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
But in Dutch.
I forgot we're talking about language.
No,
it's in Celtic all the time.
Yeah, I just need a truck driver. Somebody knows that. How do these guys pass if they cannot get by? I know we're desperate for truck drivers, but 1,500 New Britain, keep those things in mind. All right, Linda Kearns in the On Deck Circle. Couple things. One, we saw this story where the Trump administration has demanded the voter registration records here in Pennsylvania. She'll tell us exactly what that means. And also, I think 11 or 12 other states, they're doing that well in advance. And, of course, they're being accused of trying to tell us the 2026 election is going to be rigged. You know, no, we just want to know something that ought to be public record. Exactly what are they looking for? By the way, Josh Shapiro continues. I'm looking at this from Fox today. He wants you to believe that Doug Mastriano is the architect of this bill to say, keep males out of female sports. There's like 30 Republican women that are involved. And Mastriano goes on Fox News to talk about it. All right, Henry, no update. I'm sorry we had the other day with Greg Rothman because we had Huckabee. I really want to get him. No update when he's coming?
No, not yet.
Okay, all right. We want to get on the head of the GOP. They're going to meet in September. It can't come soon enough and endorse, apparently. So I'm hoping before that, Stacey Garrity announces. If she doesn't, I've seen the list of backup candidates. I got to tell you, I think Doug Mastriano can win the nomination. That's what it's coming down to. It just cannot believe we're sitting here Think about it this way. The president, Texas, they're going all out to try to squeeze more seats out. To a massive nuclear fight here over redistricting. Okay, each seat is precious. And we're sitting on top of a guy that will sink us. President Trump just publicly say, what are you afraid of? His base? Just say, no way, we're not going to go with this loser again. Just say it. Tell him, get out. Then we'll figure out what to do from there. All right, Linda Kern's next here on Talk Radio 1210. First, though, let me remind you one more time that it's here. That Rescue Natural Supplements' biggest thank you of the year, their customer appreciation sale is on. And it's about delivering the best deals and quality products for you right now. Stock up and save a whopping 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more Rescue single bottles. Plus, that order will ship for free. Just use the code VIP50 at checkout, whether it's omega-3s, cholesterol support, joint health. This is your chance to feel your best for less. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. Now, if you're new to Rescue, now's the best time to give them a try. Digestion, sleep, energy, it's all covered. Just use that simple code, VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. Use that code VIP50 at res-q.com and do it today.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Al Budicus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof, I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Downingtown Country Club on Wednesday, August 20th, starting at 5 p.m. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This music.
All right, that's a signal that Linda Kearns is with us on something of national importance, not Graceland, not the fact that we all know that Roy Orbison has a better voice than Elvis
Oh, you're
Presley.
agreeing with it as well.
I am agreeing with it.
Oh, I love that.
But he's not on the Mount Rushmore. Elvis is because it's the showmanship. I mean, you can't match that.
I get that.
Yeah.
But let me evidence that Roy Orbison is a better singer than Elvis.
Yes.
You hear the crap that you hear in the background right now, which is Elvis. Take a listen to this 10-second bite of Roy Orbison hitting a note Elvis can never hit in a song that he actually tried selling to Elvis that Elvis turned down because I think Elvis knew he couldn't hit the note.
I don't think. All right, let's go to Linda Kearns, who's headed off to Graceland. What, is there a voter scandal going on there in Graceland? Let's bring in Linda on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Linda, welcome in.
How many records has Roy Orbison sold versus how many has Elvis sold, and he's still selling them? I mean, come on.
Well, look, I'm in your camp when it comes to Elvis. There are certain things that are bigger. You can't even analyze it and say, you know, it's like saying Ted Williams had a better swing. He is the greatest hitter in some ways, but Babe Ruth is Babe Ruth. That's Elvis. Same thing.
Right. You're right. Thank you, Dom. Thank you for recognizing
I'm
that.
in your camp here on this, yes.
I am headed to Graceland. I have to go to Nashville on Thursday because I'm speaking at the Republican National Lawyer Association meeting about Pennsylvania and elections in 2024 and so forth. So I'm flying down early and going to Memphis to go to Graceland. And I know your listeners probably think I'm a complete nut, but there you go. Yes, I will be there on Tuesday, and I'm working with Dan to see if I can call into your show for a live
update.
On the
Oh,
scene.
God. So how many Graceland
From
visits?
Graceland. Yeah, I think this is like my 11th or 12th.
Oh,
but what
see,
I'm a
there
little
we
embarrassed
go.
about is this week is what's called Elvis Week because the anniversary of his death is on the 16th.
Right.
So they have all of these events this week, and
Hold on.
the real Elvis nuts are there.
Wait, paint the picture. Are you talking like there's a bunch of Elvis impersonators that all show up at
course.
Graceland to celebrate the man?
It's just it's all the fans like everybody. It's their busiest week, and I can't believe I'm going to be there because I mean, I don't think I'm that much of a nut, but I mean,
only 11
you
times.
think I'm crazy?
Right. Yeah, only 11 times.
Where do you see the people even show up for that? And I'm going to Linda Thompson, who was Elvis's girlfriend from 1970 to 1976, right before he died. She's doing a book signing, so I'm going to that. And
That
a
is
little
a
known
nut.
fact.
That is a nut.
After she broke up with Elvis, she married Bruce Jenner and had 2 kids with them.
Oh my God! Get her on. That's a guess.
Did you read the book? How much is there to write about a 5-year period of time that she spent with Elvis?
Oh God!
No, she wrote about her whole life because I think she gets into the Bruce Jenner thing too.
Oh my goodness! All right, so
it's like Sturgis for
that is the
Elvis
main
fans.
event. Let's go to your side gig here again. People
elections.
Oh yeah, people contacted me again. I just point to this. This is the reason why when they tell you when we get to the midterms, you can vote by mail and all that. The credibility of Linda Kearns and others that work with her here in Pennsylvania. Why is the Trump administration now? Is this just a pro forma thing? And Pennsylvania's being resistant to ask for voter registration information.
Well, I'm not sure how resistant the Pennsylvania's being. The Trump administration has every right to ask for this information. In fact, there's a federal statute, 52 USC 20703, that says that if the administration asks for information, they're obligated to give it. So everything that the administration is asking for, the state's absolutely obligated to give. The issue we have in Pennsylvania, which is not necessarily true in other states, is that remember, we have 67 counties, and our elections are really administered in the 67 counties. They're the ones who set the policies. They're the ones who process the information. And so Al Schmidt is more of a figurehead than someone who's actually, administering elections. But they ask for voter registration lists, and that's easy for the administration to turn over. In fact, anyone can buy a current voter registration list for $20 on the Secretary of State website. I buy it. I have to buy it quite often. So this is all public information. I'm glad that the Trump administration is doing this because it's bringing attention to these issues about how they register voters, how they maintain the voter rolls. So I think this is a good thing that the Trump administration is doing. And frankly, we need changes both at the federal level on these registration issues and desperately in Pennsylvania, absolutely desperately in Pennsylvania. So any attention that comes to this, I think, is good attention.
Well, I see it as good attention because it makes people see. The point I try to make is you're on this, they're on this. You can feel comfortable when you go vote in the midterms. We don't want to hear, well, I'm not going to do the dreaded mail-in ballot or early voting or anything else because we're on this. You're on it, even in a time period when you wouldn't think all this would be coming up.
Right. Yeah, I do think that sometimes people get so suspicious and then things, show up on Twitter. And I get worried about that because I don't want people to not have confidence. I mean, your vote won't count if you don't show up. So we do need everyone to show up. We can't have people not trusting the system. And, I'm the first to tell you that we need reform in Pennsylvania, but that doesn't mean that you can say, oh, well, the whole system's bad, so I'm not even going to show up. That's not the attitude that we need. That's what we tried to get across in 24 and that we're continuing to try to get across now.
And doing it really, really effectively. You and Presler, again, made so much difference. So, Linda, to that point, we had a caller from Prospect Park, and I encouraged this. She called me, and Dan pulled it up. We didn't think much of it the other day. I didn't even remember seeing it. Delaware County is considering consolidating voting precincts to save money. They don't have as many voters at various precincts, say, versus Montgomery County. And people out there see something like this. And again, due to the station, due to you being on top of this, anything like this, they want some clarification. Do you see anything there that should be looked at?
Right. So basically, what Delaware County is doing is they looked at the precincts with low numbers of voters and then figured out, which ones they could consolidate. And they're following the law and they have a hearing in the Court of Common Pleas. But this consolidation, it's really not going to affect voters that much because almost all of the consolidations, the voters would be voting in the same place anyway, because with a lot of these precincts, you all vote in the same place. So many of the voters might not even realize that they'll show up at the same place. But the fact that the county under law has to put up those signs and notices, the fact that the voters are looking at those signs and noticing it's something that they should notice is a good thing, is thanks to people like you to have people aware of it. But consolidating these precincts, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It happens sometimes in Philadelphia. And if there's precincts with not that many voters, it's not, and populations change, neighborhoods change. It's not necessarily a bad thing to change them, consolidate them. Of course, you don't want them, kind of rigging them or making it more inconvenient for voters, but that does not appear to be what's happening in Delaware County at all. Right. I'm so happy that listeners noticed, but to me so far, it just looks like regular election administration, and it should save the taxpayers a little money because if there's a few less precincts, that's a few less voting machines and so forth. So in general, this is a good thing, efficiency.
Absolutely. Linda, one parting area. Haven't heard any more about it. I would call you or tell you first sources I have, but I remember with the budget and everything else, they were talking about various deals and the Democrats, amazingly, were even open to voter ID. On the Republican side, this guy Pittman was saying, we'll do this and you get voter ID. Are you hearing anything out of Harrisburg related to voting in the pot with all these impasses around the budget?
Right. The last I heard is that all of those reforms are stalled, and that's unfortunate. We desperately need changes to our election code, but honestly, to get good changes, I feel like we're going to need a Republican Senate and House in Pennsylvania and a Republican governor, and that's not necessarily that easy to do here in the Commonwealth. But I haven't heard that any of those laws are near getting passed.
All right. Well, Graceland on Tuesday. Now we're expecting that call. Dan will be hooking you up. That's good. So that we get the bird's eye view. And what are you speaking to the Republicans about, the Republican lawyers?
So every summer, the Republican National Lawyers Association has a meeting, and we call it our election law school. And I usually speak every summer, and because I have plenty to talk about. So I'm going to talk about our efforts in Pennsylvania, both what happened in 2024 and then also looking ahead. Because remember, in 2024, we had lawyers come from all over the country, and the Republican National Lawyers Association helps with that and funds some of that. So these are people that don't even live in Pennsylvania and really and truly helped us. So I'm there to thank them, but also to talk about what's going on. And I do want to remind listeners, I have a couple cases ongoing. You know, I have that case of the Public Interest Legal Foundation where we have a reward out for information leading to whomever sent out those threatening letters to Trump voters in October. And we have gotten a few tips, but anyone else who knows about it, please call. And then I have a case, I have some work I'm doing with the Center for Election Confidence. We're looking into that problem up in northeastern Pennsylvania and Scranton, where all those Republicans got wrong ballots in the May primary. So we continue. This type of work is ongoing. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So, you know, we're continuing to work on these things every day.
Linda, have a great trip. And I don't know if you'll be back in time. We're at Mulligan's, and Rich is over in Cape May, of course.
I know I won't be back in time. That's a shame because I'm like the star of that whole show.
Well, you've already down. We have to give you another shot. You're already down 1-0 in the great debate. We know that with me. So we have to give you another shot. Well, August 29th's the next. We'll give you another shot.
Is that your claim to fame now, Don?
Exactly.
I beat Linda Kearns in a totally rigged debate.
That's right. I don't care. It's a win is a win. It's Philadelphia. All right, Linda. Have a great trip.
Take care. Thank you.
All right. Hopefully we'll hear from her on Tuesday. Hey, let me tell you about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz. I'm thrilled to tell you the good news. Dr. Bentz is expanding his services, and that means more availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe you've been putting off seeing a dentist, maybe you have a general dentist that can use some backup. This happens all the time on complicated issues. The Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years. He's really enhanced my dental health and care. So get on the road to the same thing that I've gotten, great dental health, the smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule your appointment at 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949, or visit bentzdentalgroup.com. BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Another scorcher, and your patio is still too hot to use? It's time for a Sunsetter retractable awning. At Douglas L. Gibson Enterprises, we install custom retractable awnings from Sunsetter, America's best awning. Whether it's more shade, UV protection, or just a cooler space you'll actually use, every Sunsetter awning we install is protected with up to a 10-year all-weather warranty, plus our exclusive 5-year labor warranty, even covering storm and wind damage. Go to dlgibson.com and schedule your discovery consultation today. That's dlgibson.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louis found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louis has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louis.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. National Farmers Day. Hit us with that farmer or hit us with that scene in a movie or TV show. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, who's your farmer?
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. Hey, Dom, I'm sorry about yesterday's answer. It was in poor taste. I apologize.
That's okay. That's okay.
I know. That's cool. Thank you, though. I appreciate it, Dom. Dom, you know what? When I think of a farmer, I think of this iconic photograph of the old farmer and his wife standing there with the pitchfork. And the analogy for me in that photo was like, he's the Uncle Sam of farmers. You know, Uncle Sam says, I want you for the U.S. Army. He's saying, I want you for U.S. farmland. That's what it reminds me of. Thanks, Don. Have a great weekend.
American Gothic is what he's saying, right? We're in a great... Yeah, that's what he's... Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Alan in Hamilton on Talk Radio 1210. Who's yours, Alan?
The McCoys. Grandpappy Amos and the head of the clan. And here's Luke, who's proud to meet.
Okay. Richard Crenna, the real McCoys. Okay. Jerry in Wilmington. Hi, Jerry. What do you have today?
Yeah, Don, I apologize. I missed a half hour. I've got a couple. Did anyone say the Field of Dreams yet?
Yes.
Did they?
Yeah, Dan may have. Yeah.
Oh, how about Dorothy and Wizard of Oz, Auntie Em and Uncle Henry? They're farming in Kansas.
In Kansas. All right. That's a good one. Richard in Summerdale, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Rich, who's yours?
Yeah, I say the book and movie Animal Farm, which produced the mantra it was used by the Democratic and Progressive Party, where they said all animals are created equal, but some are more equal than others.
Well put. I like how you brought politics into it. Joe of Exton. Here we go, folks. Wild ride. Joe, who's yours today?
Yes. Hello, Dom. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Regarding farming, a school of agriculture exists in Doylestown.
Okay. Got you on that show. Might it be a dead end? Mike in Hamilton. Dan knows Mike, right? It's that Mike, right?
Yeah. Mike that was there when I bought my car.
Yeah, exactly. Mike,
checked it out for
Mike,
me.
I got to tell you, that new car smell was delicious in that car you sold Dan, or who sold Dan. It was great new car smell in Washington. We were smelling it all the way.
That's great. I'm glad he's happy with it.
As far as I know, yes.
My farmer is all the local farmers all over, like South
especially in South Jersey here where I live, where they, I should say, grow the best tomatoes and sweet corn in the world. And I'd like to especially honor John Hunter, who passed away last week in a farming accident, 77 years old, the patriarch of Hunter's Farm on Union Landing Road in Cinnaminson, and I would like everyone to go and patronize them.
Thank you, Mike. Well put. I would like to put in Giordano's. You'll see it on the right-hand side.
That's you, right?
As you head to the shore. It's just one of my enterprises. I don't like to brag about it.
Giordano Garden Farms?
Giordano Garden Farms. They have a both side giant signs, just like that. All right. Henry, who did you like today?
Yeah, this is a tough one today. I really liked Robert and Ben Salem's answer of Juan Valdez, and I did like that last one from Mike and Hamilton, the local unnamed farmers.
It was very nice.
Story.
Dan, how about you?
For popularity alone, I got to take Green Acres from David and Lexington. Out of the box, it seemed like everyone wanted Green Acres. Field of Dreams said a couple of times, and I like the answer that Mike just gave us. Pull out the heartstrings for the unnamed local farmer.
Let's go with Mike in Hamilton here. Let's put him in. Let's hear the 5 winners for this week.
Yeah, Dom. So Monday, we're asking for that all-time buddies, all-time buddies. Dwayne and Valley Forge gave us the story of Shep, which was the bond between a man and his dog. Tuesday, we asked for that all-time cool guy. David and Lexington won with James Crockett from Miami Vice. Wednesday, we asked for what would you still not buy if you had an excess of riches. Joe in Columbus won with the mint julep from the Kentucky Derby. Yesterday, we asked for someone who you think might have bad breath. Jeanette in the Northeast came up with Bluto and Popeye. And then you heard it just now.
Breath.
Yeah, the spinach breath. And then you heard just now that all-time, person or media associated with the farm. We got Mike and Hamilton, the local unnamed farmers. So if we were to put these into the hat and get the drum roll going here. Ooh, that's a number 4. Jeanette, you are this week's winner.
All right, and that's a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com.
She just won $50 for saying spinach breath, Tom.
There you go. That's a nice deal. Have a great weekend, everyone. We're back with the Secretary of the Treasury, among others, on Monday. Rich is next with 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why